right. So we should be live on Rumble and YouTube. Hope everybody's having a good night. We're going to go over a bunch of stories that I didn't get to during the week. And there'll be some stuff that I have, which I think deserves a second look. So some of the stuff I haven't covered in my regular, 5 to 8 minute videos during the week. If you're watching this on YouTube, if you have a Rumble account, please follow me there, because I think my channel's probably going to get nuked eventually. In fact, it's a good idea, if you're watching on YouTube, to go get a Rumble account and follow everybody that you like on YouTube, on Rumble. And most of them are probably there already, because it's growing really fast. But you got to consider that next year is an election year in the United States. And I don't think they're going to be fucking around, right? This is going to be a very important election for the YouTube people, for the mainstream media, for big tech. This is going to be a very big year for them. And I don't think they're going to fuck around. I think you could see a culling of a lot of different channels that you like. If you're watching this channel right now, you're probably liking a bunch of other channels that might be in a little bit of jeopardy. I think you're going to see a major ramping up of censorship. So Rumble's a good place to be, and they don't censor. And what I would like to do is try and get more subscribers on Rumble than I have on YouTube, because I already get more views on Rumble, but I have half the subscribers. I've got 11,400 on YouTube, got like 5,600 on Rumble. I would like to have more subscribers on Rumble. I already get more views there, right? It's because I'm not being suppressed on Rumble, right? Now, if you want to watch on YouTube, that's great, but maybe consider follow me as well on Rumble just in case. Ultimately, you watch where you want, right? Sorry, I seem to have a little bit of something in my throat tonight. Hold on. All right. Hopefully that won't be happening all night. Okay, so what are we going to talk about tonight? Well, I got a video for you. This is the sort of thing that you guys are going to like, because I like it. And we've got 4 overweight female cops that tried to arrest one perp. And we're going to watch the video. We've got another thing here on Buffy St. Marie, famous, apparently, Canadian folk singer, who turns out she may not have been entirely honest about her Indigenous heritage or even being from Canada. Anyway, there's an update on this story, and we're going to get into that. Pierre Poilievre. I don't know if you saw that video where he's eating the apple and he just destroys that activist reporter. That liberal activist reporter. Well, he's done it again. And the Canadian media is freaking out about it. They don't like it. They don't like pushback. We'll go over that. Thought we'd take a little bit of a look where the Biden impeachment effort stands heading into 2024. That's interesting. I haven't really looked into it much in ages, to be honest. So we'll go there. Conor McGregor is not happy about what's happening in Ireland concerning children there being stabbed by an Algerian migrant. The Irish people are not happy. It's obviously something that's been building up for a while, like it has been in a lot of Western countries. So we'll look at that. Tennis legend Martina Navratilova goes viral with post slamming trans-identifying male athletes. So you don't really see a lot of elder statespeople of sports talking about this. So I thought that was interesting. We'll take a quick look at that. We're going to talk about Elon Musk suing Media Matters. And, this one is not one I got to during the week, so I really do want to get to it. So we'll take a look at what he's saying happened and what they're doing, And yeah, he says he's going thermonuclear on Media Matters. And Media Matters is obviously a totally partisan organization. That is, it's clearly not doing what they say. They're not doing what they claim to be doing, which is dealing with, misinformation and all that. They're clearly like an arm of the Democratic Party. We're going to talk about Javier Milei in Argentina because he's fucking hilarious. This is the chainsaw-wielding libertarian in Argentina who really, we didn't really know anything about this guy until he just suddenly was there. And it's like, whoa, this guy's kind of bananas, but in a good way. So we'll get into that a little bit. Jesus. We'll talk about this Forbes article about, it's just the most racist frickin' thing I've ever seen on decentering whiteness, like in the workplace. It's really gotten to the point of just being, just in your face, far left, super racist. That's it. It's quite unbelievable. And we'll get into that. We'll look at the article. Now, we've got a new super plague, apparently, that's about to hit the world. So we will talk about that. It's coming out of China, of course. Speaking of Argentina, we're seeing this happening more and more now across the Western world. The Netherlands have elected a right-winger. It was never supposed to happen. He's going to have a tough road. They have a parliamentary system. He's got to form a coalition, I think, same as in other places. But it tells you something. There's a trend happening, right? Take a little look at that. We will go over a bunch of Twitter stuff that I've pulled together over the week. As we normally do, usually we do that as the last part of the show. And if things get too heavy, we have a tradition here on Radio Baloney now, where if things get too awful, we'll take a look at some puppies, just as a palate cleanser, just because it's nice, because the world is so awful. But let's get started. Now, normally we don't do any of the Twitter stuff until the last part of the show, but I just wanted to show you this first. I thought we would start out with this one. Miss Universe Nepal contestant. She doesn't really look Nepalese to me, but Miss Universe Nepal contestant. Do you all think she is worth the contest from Viral Vibes? I think they mean like, is she worthy of being in the contest? I don't know. Let's watch this. Now, let's be respectful here. Right? Let's be respectful. Let's see. I mean, there's everybody's got, there's a type for everybody, There's lots of different people in the world. Let's watch this. Let's not make this mean or anything like that. Let's be respectful. Let's just watch this. So you can just tell me what you think. Does this woman deserve to be in the Miss Universe pageant? Let's take a look. So I don't know. What do you guys think? She's got a nice face, right? She's got a nice face. She's kind of a big girl. I think there's lots of guys that be happy with that. I think the question is really, it's Miss Universe, right? Which is supposed to be like an aspirational thing. Like it's supposed to be the cream of the crop, Like none of them are supposed to be, like you settled for, It's not exactly which one you settled. It's good enough. She's nice. She's available. She's a good cook. My family likes her. It's not that. And those are all, if you've got that, you're probably way better off than with Miss Universe because she's probably a narcissistic bitch. But in terms of just, aspirational ideals, which I think are important, I'm not sure if it's cutting it. No. Out. All right. Here we go. So, I mean, it's just kind of obvious, right? Here we go. These four overweight female cops tried to arrest one perp. And, well, just watch the video. You know, it should just be obvious, right? Even before you get to the part of hiring overweight women to be police, right? Maybe it's just when we decided that, criminals, what they really just need is a hug, you know? Oh, we got HRC in the comments, YouTube. Hi, Justin. How you doing? Good to see you in the chat. All right. Blah, blah, blah. This says video of a retail theft arrest at 95th and Ashland. The subject resists police and takes off running. Let's see, charged with 4 counts of resisting police, 1 count of possession of. See, it never should have really. Okay, let's just watch this. This is not the way it's supposed to work. Let's take a look. There's no sound, I think, at least at the beginning of this. Now, these are all of them are kind of portly, overweight women, and they're police. I don't know where this is, what city this is in. And what happens here, it really shouldn't come as any surprise to anybody. And this dude knows it. He knows he's not in any trouble here. All right, now they're getting serious. Now they're going to go.
202 Sam.
Oh, Sam.
You get another vehicle over to the system on the east side of northeast corner of 95th and Ashland.
2213, another car, 95 and Ashland, 4213. On the east side of the street by the liquor store, I see a couple cars. Can I get a couple more cars? All the twos, 272. Hello?
272 on the road. 22 12 Adam.
12 Adam.
Hey, Flash. I was transporting one male in for 22. Last 300 miles is 141.
Yeah, this isn't working.
It was a positive on the show up.
Yeah, I mean, come on. There's 4 of them. 4. And spoiler alert, the guy wins. One of them dropped a pie on the floor and picked it up. No, there he goes. Now he's off. 4 against 1. 4 against 1. See, this is maybe, I mean, this could have been foreseen, this sort of thing, right? Isn't this actually just a danger to the public? Don't you think? Because that guy's now gone, right? He's just gone. Whatever he was doing before, he's gonna go and do more of that. HRC says 8 should be enough. I guess 8 maybe. Then they could all just like lie on him, I guess. Because they're heavy, so they've got that going for them. Let's See, guy wasn't even trying until the end. Yeah, when he decided to turn it on, boom, he's gone. Sorry, ladies. You're not getting me today. Says here, this is from Not the Bee. I'm not fixing to be sexist or fat phobic here. I'm just saying our police officers should meet the strict fitness standards in order to walk the beat. And also just maybe, there are some physiological differences between men and women, and we might want to consider that. There's a reason why there's different categories for male MMA fighters and female, for male boxers and female boxers, because the male boxers would kill the female boxers. Like there would be some serious injuries and there would be deaths because there's just a big difference there in terms of power, in terms of strength, all the things that make it a bad idea to have a whole bunch of female cops. Let's look at the alternative here.
No way!
See, that guy who got away from those 4 female cops is not getting away from that guy, especially not 4 of that guy. Not happening, right? Whatever crimes the guy was intending to commit that night afterwards weren't going to happen. So, I'm just saying the world is insane. That's all I'm saying. So, a couple weeks ago, we talked about this Buffy Sainte-Marie. I think she's actually more popular in the States than she is in Canada, but she's supposed to be this famous Indigenous folk singer from Canada. And it turns out that, she's not. Or that is what they're saying. Anyway, they're saying that this story is not real, that she's stealing somebody else's heritage. And now she's won an Emmy Award, which is weird because normally after you get caught out, or even if there's suspicion, you're kind of done, Like once that's on you, people don't really want to mess around with that anymore because maybe some of that could get, rubbed off on you. But she won an Emmy, and Indigenous Women's Group is saying it's a slap in the face. A group of Indigenous women say the International Emmy Award for a documentary about folk legend Buffy Sainte-Marie, whose First Nations ancestry has been called into question, feels like a slap in the face. Pretendianism is an act of colonial violence and should never be celebrated. Well, let's not go crazy here, right? I mean, I don't think you should do it, especially if there are things put aside for those people. I mean, I don't know. Just be yourself, I guess, is the thing, right? I mean, nobody should pretend to be somebody else. I'm not really buying into this colonial violence. I mean, I'm from like the old school where you knew it was violence because it actually physically hurt. I'm not really into this, just everything is violence. Showing up for work on time is colonial violence. I'm not really into that. Or eating ethnic food, having a curry. I don't really think that's colonial violence, except on your colon. So I guess in that way, it is colonial violence. On one hand, I just don't care. I don't care that she stole this identity because I don't care about Buffy Sainte-Marie, I mean, there are allegations that she is actually an Italian American, and she's been using this stolen Indigenous identity for decades. She's been using a stolen identity for profit, and she's been taking opportunities meant for others. And I think that probably, actually, that is actually the worst kind of racism, especially coming from a WAP. Makes you wonder, though, what kind of crazy person gives up all of that precious white privilege? I mean, why would you want to handicap yourself like that in the music industry? All right. So Pierre Poilievre. So Canadians know who that is. That's the leader of the Conservative Party of Canada. He is Justin Trudeau's adversary. He's the official opposition. And he is leading by a lot in the polls right now. Finally, Canadians are getting sick of Justin Trudeau. It took going on 9 years now. But finally, Canadians are waking up, and because there's a line that everybody has, right? There's a line that everybody has where it just simply, they say no. Even if it felt like the cool thing, the media's been saying that he's the cool guy. The media loves him, right? But there's a line where life is just too expensive, where people say, I don't give a shit anymore about Justin Trudeau. I don't care about his teeth. I don't care if the media likes him. This sucks. He's fucking everything up. And so it looks like in the next election, which won't be till 2025 probably, could be before then, but probably 2025, it looks like he's going to take the Liberal Party down in flames, which I think is a good thing. I think the Liberal Party needs to crash and burn. Basically, what happened is they really went for the far left vote and tried to compete with the NDP, which is the most woke party, national party in Canada, and tried to compete with that and just took things off a cliff, right? So that whole party needs to just crash and burn and then rebuild itself as something reasonable, as opposed to what it is now, which is insane. But the media loves Trudeau, and they hate Pierre Poilievre because they're all liberals, right? They don't like conservatives. They don't like any conservative. Poilievre could have exactly the same policies. He could just say the same things word for word as Trudeau says, and they would still hate him because of the C. HRC says, way to go, Justin. Way to go indeed. So you may have seen that video a couple of weeks ago where Poilievre was eating the apple, and he just basically humiliated the reporter.
What does that mean?
And he's doing it again, and he's getting really good at this. Let's take a look. First, a bit of background. On Thursday, Pierre Poilievre was questioned over his comments regarding the explosion at a Niagara Falls border crossing the day before, who suggested that his initial claim that the incident could be terrorism was not responsible. The Conservative Party leader pointed out that he had simply been citing government and media reports at the time, and slammed the reporter for suggesting he had handled the situation inappropriately. Let's take a look.
Related event.
Do you think it was responsible for you to call yesterday's explosion by the checkpoint at the Rainbow Bridge terrorism when no U.S. or Canadian officials said that was or authorities said that was the case, and when the New York governor also said there was no evidence to suggest terrorism activity?
Actually, you're wrong. You're a CP? Okay, so CP, by the way, CP, just for everyone's knowledge, did have to make 3 corrections for falsehoods that they put into a single article. I think that might be unprecedented. I'm actually thinking about checking with the Guinness Book of World Records to see if there's ever been a news agency that has had to issue 3 corrections for patent falsehoods that they admit they had been made in one single article, and now you've made yet another falsehood in your question. Where you are wrong is that CTV reported that the government of Canada was presuming that the incident was terrorist. So, yeah, and that's what I said in my remarks. You're right. It was a media report. Which is what I said. In the House, I said there are media reports. What kind of statement? I didn't. I said there were media reports. No, there's no distinction. What I said, and I was right, was that there were media reports of a terror-related event. By your admission, there were media reports of a terror-related event. And that media report, according to CTV, unless you're questioning their integrity now, came from security officials in the Trudeau government. So do you think the CTV was irresponsible in putting out that tweet? Sorry, I'm asking, and I have already answered that. Do you think CTV was irresponsible to put that tweet out? Well, you just did comment. Okay. So, I just hope you're not going to print something that you have to apologize for again. I should also add, I think
Hope you're not going to print something that you have to apologize before. Again, he's getting really good at this, at taking down these smug activist reporters, and he's getting practice, right? Because it's basically the same as in the States with Trump, right? It's gotcha all the time, only they don't know anything, right? They are journalists in name only, it seems. They're just out pushing narrative. They're saying things that and asking questions that they think their friends will like. They're completely detached from the public. They're just not interested. They hate conservatives. That's it. They can't stand him. They can't stand what he's doing. They hate Poilievre. And they certainly don't like to be called to account. Not at all. Here, from Tokyo Rosie, thin-skinned journalists like Perot and Chantal Hebert are getting pissy about Pierre Poilievre handing one of their colleagues her ass today. Journalists can dish it out, but they can't take it. Here, I had the privilege of jousting with dozens of prime ministers. Dozens of prime ministers? Okay. Premiers and opposition leaders from all parties over the last 25 years. And I don't remember one of them acting like this, and certainly not on repeated occasions. Really? Really? You don't remember a prime minister acting like this? Really? They actually dare to say this. They dare to criticize Poilievre's decorum after years and years of Trudeau viciously attacking any dissenting Canadians, anybody who doesn't like what he's doing. Not only reporters, there's clips of him being far worse than this with a Rebel News reporter, but ordinary Canadians, right? So actual ordinary demonizing ordinary Canadians, right? Who he called racist, misogynist, homophobes, far right, all of that for disagreeing with stuff like the jab mandates. Or just any crazy shit that he's done that's obviously been terrible, right? Want to know if the school is trying to trans your kid? Oh, well, that's racist or transphobic or something. It's got to be, because he likes that. I really think these people have no shame. I think that's obvious. And that's why they are so despised, and they're becoming increasingly despised. Not only in Canada, it's everywhere in the West. It's the same shit everywhere. The US, the UK, Australia, everywhere. They're becoming more and more despised by regular people because they're so detached The unbelievable, the unbelievable lack of self-awareness from these people. To say that when we've watched Trudeau, who has attacked and demonized not just reporters, Canadians, regular Canadians, for the crime of disagreeing with him. Truly unbelievable. The reason that Canadians like Poilievre is because he's like them. He is not like the media. He's not like the elitist political establishment. Anyway, the media, again, they're freaking out. They're freaking out that somebody would dare call them out. Here's from the Toronto Star. Media fails Canadians by giving a free pass to Pierre Poilievre. Canadian media has failed to provide Canadians with a clear picture of what a Poilievre government would look like. What you mean? They failed to lie? Because that's what they're going to do. They failed to lie, to tell ridiculous lies about what a government under Pierre Poilievre would look like. And look, I don't have my head in the clouds, all right? I have seen what happened in the UK with the Conservatives there. They were handed a gigantic mandate, like a historic win in like 2019. And they've gone on to be a little different than Labour, than the left wing there. A big part of that win was that it was supposed to be a mandate to shrink immigration drastically. Instead, they increased it. You have to, if Poilievre gets in, Canadians still have to pressure him. We can't let him turn into like Trudeau light. And I think that's the kind of, there's a pressure to do that whenever you have a totally ideologically captured media like you have in Canada or pretty much everywhere else, right? So I'm not naive, but I'm also not black-pilled. So I do think there's possibility for improvement and for saving Western culture and countries and our economies, all of which are a shambles right now. I think I'm still hoping that that a conservative government in Canada will actually, be loyal to the voters and not betray them. We shall see. And I do think we're going to have to keep pressuring, just like everywhere else in the world. If recent opinion polls are right, Pierre Poilievre will be Canada's next prime minister, easily defeating Justin Trudeau and the Liberals in an election that could come less than a year from now. It says he'll form a majority government. But what do you really know about what Poilievre would do as a prime minister beyond killing the federal carbon tax? Well, that's a fucking great start, isn't it? How about getting rid of the internet censorship bills? He's promised to do that. He better. Bill C-11, Bill C-18, and any other crazy shit that the Trudeau government will cook up. And every bill they pass is a catastrophe. Do you know anything about how he would fix the housing crisis or tackle inflation, healthcare, interest rates, the environment, regional alienation? This is actually a question because he's not dealing directly with the immigration issue, which is causing, I think, most of the problems in Canada. Certainly housing prices, obviously, supply and demand, right? Needs to come down. Healthcare. Well, when you inject a whole bunch of new people into the same infrastructure, right? Well, guess what? Now you've got 18-hour waits at the emergency, right? At the ER, at the hospital. You can't get a doctor. So immigration is the thing that really affects everything else. I mean, it affects all of the infrastructure in Canada, obviously. because it's more people. Infrastructure is for people, right? You add more, it's going to stress it. And we don't know how he's going to deal with that. And that's my fear. He has talked about it a little bit in terms of making it common sense. Now, what does that mean? I mean, I like common sense more than I like, what diversity is our strength. I prefer common sense over that. It's a matter of, it's such a sacred cow for the media that I understand politically why you wouldn't want to go there too much, but that is the issue. And if nothing is done about that, if it goes, if we continue with, 500,000 people a year, that's going to be a problem for the people who voted for him. So, I guess we'll just have to see. Again, I'm not black-pilled, right? I see a lot of good things happening. But we'll just have to see. These are crazy times. What do we got next? Biden impeachment effort. Well, I don't think that they really want to impeach him just because, he's so out of it, right? He's not popular. He's losing in all the polls to Trump, which must make Democrats' heads explode. So he is kind of the perfect candidate. People are already, there's no mystery around Biden, right? Everybody knows exactly who he is. That nobody can, well, of course, there are people that can delude themselves about who he is, but I think most people at this point in the States, from what I see, they're not pretending that they know exactly what he is, right? And they're not kidding themselves about it. House Republicans are setting the stage for what could be a vote on articles of impeachment against President Joe Biden early next year. A report published this week by Politico quoted multiple GOP members of the House Judiciary Committee, which would spearhead the drafting of any articles of impeachment, urging the chamber to move quickly towards a decision heading into 2024, which is a presidential election year. Again, I just kind of wonder how much they really, he's the perfect guy to run against. Quote, "We understand that the further you go towards an election, the more politicized these conversations become. That's why it's all the more important for us to begin to take action sooner rather than later. I think it needs to move with alacrity. I've always felt that we should be able to move faster, but I do anticipate that it comes to judiciary soon." That was Ben Klein. The report also noted that Representative Jim Jordan, the chairman of the House Judiciary Committee, predicted a decision would happen early in 2024 and said, quote, "We can decide on whether or not there's articles after completing a series of depositions that lawmakers hope to complete in the coming weeks." So, again, I don't think they really want to, because you just couldn't have a weaker adversary than Biden. He can't walk. He can't talk. He can't stop saying weird things to kids. He has a lust for the scent of youthful hair. When he's around children, to me, it looks like all he can think about is how to get the adrenochrome out of them. Because I think that's what's keeping him alive right now. Yeah, I mean, he's a mess, right? Like, how much can they trot him out? Even for the election, right? Like the Democrats, how often can they trot him out to campaign? Not very often. I think they keep him in a cryogenic chamber between appearances. I feel like that's what happens. That's how they keep him here. I feel like one morning they're just going to call time and just like not wake him up with probably the defibrillator that they have next to the bed that they wake him up with every morning, and then it'll be Gavin Newsom. on the ticket. But I don't think he's a winner either, just because do people really want to turn the entire United States into San Francisco? Because, I mean, that's what I would be thinking, you know? So it's interesting. I mean, from what I have seen, from everything that I have seen, Biden does appear to be corrupt as all hell, right? I mean, everything about him. But I guess we'll just have to see. Here we've got this. Now, you probably heard about the riots in Ireland that happened after an Algerian immigrant stabbed some kids and some women. Jeez, I mean, it's just fucking awful. And, you know, that's the latest thing. It didn't just, it wasn't just that happened and then everybody went nuts. I mean, it's been a long road to that, right? And Conor McGregor is being pretty bold about this. Let's see. Hot Retarded Chick says, Joe's an adrenochrome vampire like Al Gore. I couldn't agree with you more. I couldn't agree with you more. I'm with you on that. But Conor McGregor, there will be no backing down. UFC star Conor McGregor vows to change Ireland after stabbings by Algerian migrant suspect. Well, I think he's a bit more than a suspect. Former two-division UFC champion Conor McGregor spoke out and called for a change in greater safety in Ireland after a stabbing attack outside a school in Dublin, Ireland. 3 children and 2 adults were stabbed by an Algerian immigrant, with a 5-year-old girl and a 30-year-old female in critical condition. And the Irish people ask themselves, why the fuck would we want this? Oh, Dearmud, how you doing on YouTube, in the YouTube chat? He says, I told you that the Irish would rise. To rebel is the Irish way. Yeah. I mean, look, Ireland cannot be blamed for colonialism, right? Ireland hasn't been out colonizing the world. Ireland's history is one of colonization itself and oppression itself, right? You know, they weren't, you know, Spain, you know, going around colonizing Mexico. You know, their whole history is one of, you know, kind of defending their own country and their own identity as the indigenous people of Ireland, right? So, yeah, I mean, I think that, you know, there's nobody else in the world who's less, you know, who you have less of a case, you know, to say, well, you have to take all these people now because history and you're racist and everything. Well, I'm sorry. No. Police said the suspect was also injured and is a 50-year-old man who was labeled a person. Well, they know he did it, right? I mean, I guess you have to say alleged, but the Irish took to the streets in protest, burning buses and cars. Protesters clashed with riot police, and demonstrators set off flares and fireworks. Here's where McGregor started to weigh in. Somebody called Coach JK said, so what should happen with this demented scumbag who attacked women and kids today? Few years in jail at our expense to get out and repeat. Needs to be deported immediately and never allowed back, or just hang him. There's no fixing him. Conor McGregor said torture and death, so he's not kidding around, right? They're not having the don't look back in anger moment in Ireland right now. They're angry, and I don't blame them for that. Here, let's look at this. So McGregor is commenting on this video. It says, liberal Irish journalist who smears opponents of mass immigration as far right gets sent on his bike by local after showing up to the site of a stabbing spree today. So let's hear this.
Look at him. This is the fella that was walking around Dublin for the last 8 months calling people far right and racist. From the Irish Times he is. Hey, look at them all. Look at them all. Far right. Look at him. Look at him. There he is. Everybody remember him from a few months ago calling people far right and racist. Yeah. You're going to write what you're going to write in the Times tomorrow.
See, that's the magic spell, right? You're far right and you're racist. That's the magic spell that they've been casting for years now. And the spell is breaking, right? That spell where they call you the ist or the phobe or whatever is supposed to shroud your mind in confusion. So you just look down and just say, okay, well, I don't want to be that. So I guess you're right, right? Reality is, or woke is impacting reality, right? It's running into reality. And reality it has a better argument because it's real. Dermot says, yeah, we're fighters, and that they're gonna defeat the traitors who rule the country for Berlin. Yeah, people are waking up, right? The magic spell is breaking, right? You're allowed to be angry when you see things that are awful, right, and that you didn't ask for. And it's amazing to watch. Let's continue with this.
Cry for help, was it? Was it cry for help? Fucking gobs. Look at all of them. Look at them. All of them. All fucking dying for a good story. They've put it back on the Irish people. Look at this gobshite from Virgin Media. Look at him. Pretend he's not listening to me. Look, we're not going to be intimidated anymore, all you. Yeah. Look at him. Coming down on his push bike just to get the story. Now, what are you going to say about the Irish people now? Are they far right? Are they racist? Are they racist? Are they? Yeah, you were laughing at them 8 months ago when you were telling you this was going to happen. All yous fucking hacks. Yeah, go on. Look at them. Good luck on your bike. On your fucking bike. Go on.
Do you want to show me the video?
Yeah, on your bike. On your bike. I don't even listen anymore. You're disgust, yeah. You're on Twitter. You fucking know, yeah. He's on the scene. We all seen it. Go on your bike. On your fucking bike, you hack.
He said we're not going to be intimidated anymore, right? So the spell is breaking. Everybody has a line that they get to. I mean, I got a friend of mine, lifelong liberal party voter, family's liberal. His whole kind of ecosystem is liberal. And he's voted for Trudeau 3 times, right? For the Liberals 3 times in the last 3 federal elections. And he's going to vote conservative next time, right? I've been telling him for years, I said, there's going to be a line that you're going to get to, and it's going to be too much. It's going to be too far, and then you're going to change, right? And he didn't believe me. Well, he believes me now. Woke had an argument with reality, and reality won, because reality has a better argument because it's actually real. Conor McGregor, he commented on this. He said, isn't that something? The absolute picture of weak and feeble. The most divisive of all is the weak man. One of the most horrific crimes in this nation has ever seen has occurred. We do not care anymore what you sad cases have got to say. In a war, you are nothing. We are not backing down. We are only warming up. There will be no backing down until real change is implemented for the safety of our nation. We are not losing any more of our women and children to sick and twisted people who should not even be in Ireland in the first place. Call it what you want. We do not care. May God help us all. Ireland for victory. I think that's going to inspire a lot of people. You know, and what's wrong with it exactly? I mean, the Irish are the indigenous people of Ireland, right? Surely they should have some rights. They should be able to protect themselves in their own country. Of course, and then you had the riots. Of course, in the media, it was all far right, hooligans, far right. Again, I think people are just getting to a point. Normal people get to a point where there's a line that's been crossed, and that's it. That's it. So anyway, let's move on. Tennis legend Martina Navratilova goes viral with posts slamming trans-identifying male athletes. So you don't see many of, and she's like an elder stateswoman for women's sports, especially obviously for tennis, right? And you just don't see very often. Just noticing the YouTube comments aren't showing up on the screen. I don't know what's going on there. It looks like normally it shows up no problem. I guess maybe it broke. The software broke. I don't know. Sorry, you guys, you can't see it on the screen, but I don't know. I'll have to look into it for the next one. But anyway, you don't see a lot of, like the elder statespeople for sports talking about this issue of trans identifying male athletes competing against women. Because, there's just an enormous amount of cowardice, even though, the issue is very obvious. She said, women's sports is not the place for mediocre male athletes who compete as women, period. That's true. Is that awful? Is that phobic? Or is that just a true statement? Well, I think we probably all agree it's just a true statement, right? And the thing is, female athletes actually know. Of course they know this. Like, Martina Navratilova knows this because she spent her whole life practicing against men. She's not practicing against the professional men, the top men tennis players. She female tennis players, even at the very top, even including like the Williams sisters, compete against like club players, male club players, because the difference in strength and speed and everything is just, there would be no point practicing against a top men's player because you're just going to get crushed, right? Like the unranked men's players are closer to them, even though they're still better. Again, she has played against men a million times, and she knows the difference, right? She's not in fantasy land about it. So I know this isn't what crazy people want to hear, but it's just reality. All right. So now we get into Elon Musk, who is, he's taking on Media Matters. Here's a tweet. This is from Monday. I didn't cover this during the week. I don't think I did. Can't remember now. I don't think I covered it. But this is worth taking a look at. The split second court opens on Monday. X Corp will be filing a thermonuclear lawsuit against Media Matters and all those who colluded in this fraudulent attack on our company. Oh, here's something from Dearmud. It said, as a Canadian, you were shocked when I said that the Irish will soon hear the call to arms. I don't think I was shocked by that. The Irish do not hold the state as inviolate. We hold Irish people as the highest authority. Yeah, as you should. Absolutely. There certainly seems to be a difference in attitude that I'm seeing coming out of Ireland. And I think we'll continue to see that. But back to this Elon Musk. So what happened? Well, let's read this. Stand with X to protect free speech. I guess first we should say Media Matters is just a totally partisan organization. It seems to work with government security agencies like FBI and CIA, and it seems to be very connected to the Democratic Party. It's partisan. They're not doing what they claim to be doing. In other words, this week, Media Matters for America posted a story that completely misrepresented the real user experience on X in another attempt to undermine freedom of speech and mislead advertisers. Yeah, there are powerful forces that don't want a free speech platform. I know X is not perfect, right? But it's better. It's better enough that powerful forces are quite worried about it. They don't like it. And they want to take it down because if the narrative control isn't perfect, that's a danger. Above everything, including profit, X works to protect the public's right to free speech. But for speech to be truly free, we must also have the freedom to see or hear things that some people may consider objectionable. We believe that everyone has the right to make up their own minds about what to read, watch, or listen to, because that's the power of freedom of speech. I like to hear this. And, it's just so self-evidently true that for speech to be free, you have to have the freedom to see or hear things that some people may consider objectionable. In other words, you don't have the right to ban things that you personally find objectionable just because of you, right? You don't have the right to be not offended. In a sane world, you don't, right? In a far left authoritarian world, well, that's the ideal. Despite our clear and consistent position, X has seen a number of attacks from activist groups like Media Matters and legacy media outlets who seek to undermine freedom of expression on our platform because they perceive it as a threat to their ideological narrative and those of their financial supporters. These groups try to use their influence to attack our revenue streams by deceiving advertisers on X. Yeah, so they're not, they know exactly what's going on. So what did Media Matters do? Well, they created an alternative account, and then they followed stuff that they would consider to be far right or whatever. I think some actually was. And then they just kept refreshing to see if they could get. Oh no, they also followed companies like IBM and Apple and stuff, right? And then they started refreshing the tweets over and over and over again on this to see if they could get an ad for like Apple or something next to something that was they considered offensive, right? Definitely something that Apple is not going to like. So they cheated. But let's read this. Here are the facts on Media Matters research. To manipulate the public and advertisers, Media Matters created an alternate account and curated the posts and advertising appearing on the account's timeline to misinform advertisers about the placement of their posts. These contrived experiences could be applied to any platform. So to misinform advertisers about the placement of their posts. So to make it seem as if, every time Apple runs an ad, it's next to something Nazi, right? Once they curated their feed, they repeatedly refreshed their timelines to find a rare instance of ads serving next to the content they chose to follow. Our logs indicate that they forced a scenario resulting in 13 times the number of ads served compared to the median ads served to an X user. Of the 5.5 billion ad impressions on X that day, less than 50 total ad impressions were served against all of the organic content featured in the Media Matters article. For one brand showcased in the article, one of its ads ran adjacent to a post 2 times, and that ad was seen in that setting by only 2 users, one of which was the author of the Media Matters article. For another brand showcased in the article, 2 of its ads served adjacent to 2 posts 3 times, and that ad was only seen in that setting by 1 user, the author of the Media Matters article. And the thing about this is if you had a functioning press that wasn't just an activist press, like a real press, right, that actually cared who, what, where, when, how, that was objective, they couldn't get away with this because somebody would look into it. Somebody would have called, X, right? And not just, giving them a loaded question. Somebody would have had an informant or something, a source. That's what I'm looking for. Source. It's late, people. A source. Somebody would have had a source. Somebody would have tried to dig in and find that doesn't happen anymore. Media Matters can do this, and they know that everybody else will just fall in line. They'll like it. They'll just repeat it. They don't care if it's true or not. This has to be released on X itself, right? Because the media is completely fucking useless. They're liars. They don't care about the truth. I hope that Elon Musk is, when he goes thermonuclear on them, that he destroys Media Matters and they are no longer in business. I think somebody should do it to the ADL as well. And the Southern Poverty Law Center. Southern Poverty Law Center has already been sued. They kind of calmed down a little bit, I think, after they had to pay, $3 million in a defamation suit. So be interesting. I mean, obviously, this will probably take a while as this goes through courts because that's just the way that it is. But we'll keep an eye on it. Let's see what we've been going for about over an hour now. That's good. What happened here? Looks like we lost. Damn it. Looks like we lost. Oh, shit. Okay. Maybe if we do this. There we go. Okay. Argentina elects new right-wing president who warned you can't give shit leftards an inch. I like that. This is the guy who's, there's pictures of him with the chainsaw because he's going to tear everything down. Argentina elected Javier Milei on Sunday to be the country's new president starting in just a few weeks. Milei, a right-wing libertarian known for appealing to voters by using populist rhetoric, was elected with 56% of the vote over the country's economic minister, Sergio Massa. Now, they have triple-digit inflation year over year there, right? 100% inflation. And I believe interest rates are at like 97%. And this is after decades of socialistic policies. And I'm amazed that it was only 56% when he was running against the economic minister that caused or massively contributed to the horrible economic mess that they find themselves in. But, again, for those people that are black-pilled, here's a white pill. We're seeing this sort of thing all, the Netherlands, I think Sweden even voted in somebody's kind of right-wing. You've got Meloni in Italy, who's maybe not looking exactly like what she was billed as. Certainly not far right, that's for sure. But there seems to be a movement. People are getting sick of the garbage, of the socialist, the far-left garbage. And it's happening all over the place. The 53-year-old economist and former television pundit will be sworn into office on December 10 in what is expected to be a strong rightward shift for the country. He's a libertarian. He's promised to gut approximately half of the federal government's ministries. In fact, he made a video about it. Let's take a look. Javier Milei is the new president of Argentina and is planning some budget cuts. So let's take a look.
Turismo y deporte, afuera. Ministerio de Cultura, afuera. Ministerio de Ambiente y Desarrollo Sostenible, afuera. Ministerio de las Mujeres y Género y Diversidad, afuera. Ministerio de Obras Públicas, afuera. Aunque te resistas. Ministerio de...
It's like one of those is Ministry of like Women, Genders, and Diversity or something. Yeah, they've got the woke there too. It's not just here. It's spreading everywhere. And apparently down there, they really are not liking the wokeness that's being forced on them. Wokeness is a top-down thing, by the way. Most people don't like it. It's not a grassroots movement. It's something that comes down from above. Starts in the universities. You have people graduate from elite universities and colleges. They go into powerful positions, and then they start to push it on people from above, right? This is like what, and I think it's usually like this. Like I'm reading about the Russian Revolution right now, and people think it was like the peasants rising up. Now, the whole thing started from elites. You know, Lenin wasn't a peasant. Trotsky wasn't a peasant. This was a movement from the elites that was pushed down. This was happening in like the political center of Russia, which was Petrograd or St. Petersburg. So these things, wokeness is a top-down movement. It's an elitist movement, right? It's not, it hasn't infected everything because people like it. Obviously, people in Argentina like this. They like cutting spending and getting rid of a bunch of ministries that they don't think are doing any good for them and are considered to be hopelessly woke. Anyway. Have they got anything else about him in here? Let's see. Any more video? Oh, yeah. Here we go. You guys have probably seen this. A primer on Argentina's new president, Javier Milei. He hates leftists. That's what makes him so endearing. Yeah, the whole negotiating. Have you ever tried having an argument with a leftist? A modern leftist? I'm not talking about like the old school liberal, right? That's not what these people are. These people aren't liberal. They're illiberal, right? They believe in fantasies. Modern leftism is mostly metaphysical, in fact. I mean, gender, what is that? Right? This thing that was just always synonymous with sex. They just meant the same thing. Now it's this metaphysical, abstract concept, right? That's infinite in its breadth, right? Infinite in its variety. It's completely, clearly completely made up, right? You know, if somebody tells you that their gender is squirrel, you know that it's made up at that point, right? The same way that you know if somebody tells you that they're Napoleon, right? You know they're not really Napoleon, right? Maybe it's not the healthiest thing to indulge them in this delusion. Although I'm coming of mind that these people aren't actually deluded, the non-binaries, all of that. They do know. I think most of them do know. But it's just so tempting, just this narcissistic self-centeredness, that they just go with it. It's fun. Maybe there's a sense of being rebellious in some way, right? Because it's mostly young people. But anyway, let's continue with this. I hope you guys can read the subtitles. Oh, what happened?
Negociar con el zurdo. No se negocia. No se negocia con esa mierda. No se...
So I like that. I'm pretty good with that. All right. This is enough to make your head explode. Might have to go to the puppies after this. J.D. Vance furious over Forbes article on how to decenter whiteness. Decenter whiteness. Will investigate author's DEI firm. Vance called the piece racist and gross and will probe if author's firm receives Ohio public money. Forbes. I find this just incredible, just how infested corporate world has become. It's really incredible. Jeremy says, Viva Argentina. I agree with you. Senator J.D. Vance condemned an article published by Forbes about how to decenter whiteness in the workplace and declared his staff is investigating the organization of the woman who wrote it and to see if she gets any Ohio money. In an article on the Forbes website, 3 ways to decenter whiteness in your workplace, senior contributor Janice Gassam-Asare, who founded the Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Consultancy, BWG Business Solutions, talked about how to remove whiteness from the workplace to better cater to people of color. I mean, we've all heard it a million times before, but just replace whiteness with anything else, and what happens? Well, we know what happens, right? Shocking. Here's the article. It looks like they changed the title of it. 3 ways to transform your workplace to be more equitable. But I don't think they changed the article very much. White centering. White centering can be thought of as a system that prioritizes white dominant culture to the detriment of non-white groups and cultures. White centering has been given many names, including the white gaze and whiteness as the default, because white centering is often left unexamined and unchecked. Equity and justice have continued to evade organizations. Yeah. White gaze. Whiteness as the default. So, again, here's another example where they redefine things or they make up stuff, and it's like metaphysical, right? It's nothing you can ever really get to the bottom of. Like the white gaze, what is that exactly? Is that falsifiable? Is that something you can prove? The idea of whiteness itself. I mean, we know that they actually define whiteness themselves, like these far leftists, as like literally like working hard and showing up on time. The concept of time, of punctuality. They just created this all-encompassing kind of metaphysical term that is unfalsifiable. Seems like, it's all strategic, isn't it? Because white centering is often left unexamined and unchecked. Equity and justice have continued to evade organizations. Maybe it doesn't exist. Maybe that's the thing. Maybe it's not real. Maybe that's not happening. Maybe they're just making all this shit up. Again, here, there are an infinite number of ways that whiteness is centered within organizations. An infinite number, you don't say. Wow. I bet you it would take a diversity company forever. I bet you they could make money forever off all of these infinite number of ways. You could never stomp them all out. There's an infinite number. You can't fire us. There's still an infinite number of ways that whiteness is centered within the organization. An infinite number. Or maybe it doesn't exist. But nobody's making money that way. Except the company, actually. All right. This stuff it's enough to make your head explode. I mean, it's so obviously actually racist. Not pretend. Like, this is in our faces, right? This is clearly bigotry. Clearly. Like, white gays. Okay. Would black gays work? I don't think that's going to work. What about Jew gays? Is that going to work? I don't think that's going to work. White gays? Oh, yeah, white gays, yeah. Yeah, there's like an infinite number of white gayses, right? I know because the DEI officer told me. I did whiteness because I showed up to work on time. I mean, isn't that the height of bigotry? That this assumption that the qualities that make for success are invented by white people. I don't believe that. I really don't believe that. I think other cultures and peoples from all over the world figured that out on their own. The reason I think that is because it's true. I don't see everybody else in the world. I don't see non-white people as junior members of humanity as far leftists do. I see them as full members of humanity. And I judge people as individuals, which used to be a liberal thing to do, didn't it? I don't know. It's not that there aren't group differences. There are. But the idea that you can just walk down the street and take a look at an individual and say, you know, everything that you need to know about that person by looking at them, that's wrong. You know what? I don't even want to look at any more of this. It's such insane bullshit. In fact, we have to go to the puppies. There we go. Now that is adorable. Doesn't that feel better? Doesn't that feel better now? I feel better about the prospects for the world already. And my favorite part of this is that an Algerian didn't run in and stab this puppy, because that would have been awful. That would have been way worse. Look at these guys. Are they pandas or are they puppies? That's the question. I can barely tell. I hope they didn't give them both vaginoplasties. Otherwise, I would enjoy this video a lot less. I have to be honest with you. And that is a joke we will tell every single Friday night on this channel. So make sure you tune in. Decentering whiteness. Okay, where are we next? World Health Organization makes unusual public request for data on the new mystery pneumonia tearing through schools in China. So great. Another one of these. Perfect. Okay. Yo, the internet is going nuts for this new mystery pneumonia that is tearing through schools in China. New outbreak in China. This scheme worked for the first time with zero accountability. So who's ready for round 2? Excellent. Mystery pneumonia tears through schools in China with many, many, many hospitalized. Eerie echo of early days of COVID. Uh-oh. Everybody panic. The illness is causing unusual symptoms such as inflammation in the lungs and a high fever. No cough or other flu-like symptoms are present, yet schools are overwhelmed with sick children. He says, now I'm being a little dramatic with the GIF up there, so don't label me as some sort of crazy, but I honestly do think that China locking down the population in the strict way that they did until earlier this year has a lot to do with this. If you keep people away from these natural viruses, their defenses will decrease, leading to random, very normal outbreaks like this, which China has seen quite occasionally since reopening society. Is Fauci in China? Did Fauci go to China with a suitcase full of money? I don't know. I mean, the first thing is stop fucking around with bats, right? But I'm going to have to just go with PSYOP. You know, at least until some middle-aged woman from the government tells me on the news that we're all going to die unless we wear paper masks and, you know, put arrows on the floor of the grocery store. And then I'm still going to treat it as a PSYOP. I think we can assume now that if this is real, it was, if it's real, it was made in a lab, obviously. Fauci probably retired to Wuhan, you know, to fuse pangolin AIDS to the common cold or something, when he wasn't torturing puppies. There's another election coming up too, so, you know, Democrats really like to seem to like those mail-in ballots as well. Probably Trudeau feels like he might benefit from another panic as well, probably, and other leaders as well. So, you know, whatever. So here's another case of voters not doing what they were told, not doing what they're supposed to do. The humiliation of the Dutch establishment. The victory of Geert Wilders shows voters are desperate to hit back against the elite. So in Netherlands, they voted him. Now, he's been around politically for like 20 years. And, of course, he's been demonized. He was banned from Britain in like 2009 because he's an anti-immigration guy, right? He saw problems. They've had problems there. They had like Theo Van Gogh, who was stabbed to death there. They've had other, I think at least one other political assassination there. They've had some problems with immigration. And he's been around for 2 decades talking about it. And I guess enough people in the Netherlands finally reached that line where it was enough, right? They finally hit that line where, okay, now I'm willing to make a change. Again, this is happening all over the place. To say the victory of Geert Wilders in yesterday's Dutch elections came as a shock might be the understatement of the century. Not even his aides in the PVV, Party for Freedom, were fully prepared for the earthquake to come. The tiny, cramped venue where it held its election party last night was booked just 4 days ago after Wilders enjoyed a last-minute surge in the polls. And of course, the media is going to freak out about him winning, you know, because that's what they do. They just, of course, he's far right. Everybody's far right. If you're not far left, you're far right. Again, it's a magic spell that's been cast to shroud your minds in confusion, right? You don't want to be called far right. It turns out it doesn't really matter what they call you. If you disagree with them on anything, they're going to call you far right. Far right doesn't mean anything anymore. The same way that racism doesn't mean anything more, or phobe, or whatever. None of it actually means anything anymore. What it seems to me now is that you're just normal, right? All right, we're about an hour and a half in. Let's go to the Twitter stuff. James Lindsay. I find myself looking at more and more of his stuff these days, James Lindsay. He's very anti-communist and very anti-woke. If they can make you believe 2 + 2 = 5, they can make you do anything. 2 + 2 = 4 mean there exist things in the universe, things in the world. If 2 + 2 = 4 mean there exist things in the world that are true for everyone and knowable by everyone and do not require experts for you to learn the truth. Totalitarians require that you distrust your own senses and ability to find the truth so they can control you. I find this really just one of the weirdest things from the left. Because 2 + 2 = 5, obviously from 1984 by George Orwell. It's kind of something that everybody knows, even though, if you haven't read the book, everybody kind of knows the 2 + 2 = 5 thing. That's, symbolic of just completely losing your autonomy, right? And utter brainwashing. And they still decide to go with it. I mean, have you seen this? Like trying to convince people that, well, actually, sometimes 2 + 2 can = 5. You don't need to be an expert. This is why the word expert doesn't mean anything anymore, right? This is why saying you have a degree or a PhD, it doesn't impress me anymore. It makes me immediately suspicious because 2 + 2 always equals 4. Every time, always, if you have 2 objects and then you add 2 more objects, you have 4 objects. You always have 4 objects. It doesn't matter what they are, right? If you've got 2 of something and you add 2 of something else, you've got 4 of them now. You don't need to be a mathematician to know that, obviously, right? It's surreal that you would have people actually trying to trick people into thinking that 2 + 2 could, because, I mean, I guess the point is, if you believe that, you'll believe literally anything. If somebody says, I'm an expert, and I'm telling you that 2 + 2 can = 5, if you believe that, you will believe anything else they tell you. I guess the terrifying thing is how tempted many people would feel to just accept it, just to fit in, or just to fit in, just because they felt there was a risk in saying, no, I think it's 4. It's not 5. I mean, it turns out Orwell really hit it on the nail with that one, right? Let's keep going. We already did that. Oh, yeah, here from PETA. We're lucky turkeys would never do this to us. You don't have to do it to them either. Don't have to. And here's the picture here, right? And there's a person who's like a turkey person, and there's turkeys going to eat them. Turkeys would never do this to us. You don't have to do it to them either. Well, you don't have to, right? You don't have to eat them, but you still can't. I do anyway, because I find them delicious. But there's a community notes here, and I really love community notes. This is so much better than what existed before on Twitter or on any other platform. Readers added context they thought people might want to know. Turkeys are not vegetarians. Turkeys eat mice, lizard, frogs, and just about anything they can fit in their mouth. If turkeys were larger or had the technological means to farm and eat humans, their current diet reveals they likely would. So, PETA doesn't even know anything about animals. It turns out those turkeys, they would absolutely eat you if they could. So, shut up, PETA. Shut the fuck up. This was interesting. Michael Seifert. I don't know who this is, but I just thought this was interesting. Conversation. Oh, hold on one second. A conversation I had in the lineup while surfing this morning. Me, where are you from? 70-year-old guy next to me. Quote, Florida, but I had to leave the mainland when Trump won. Me, quote, that's interesting. What didn't you like about Trump? Him. He doesn't want the rich to pay their fair share. Look at what the rich are doing to America's cities like San Francisco. It used to be perfect, but now the wealthy have ignored the poor in the city, and it's fallen apart. That's the fucking country Trump wants. This is somebody who believes 2 + 2 = 5. Me, you know San Francisco was completely run by Democrats, right? Him, takes off on a wave and doesn't talk to me anymore. Moral of the story, people who refuse to use common sense are impossible to reason with. Don't even bother trying. Yeah. I find it vaguely, like, mildly terrifying that people like this exist. They are so brainwashed. Maybe they're just stupid. I don't know. But this 2 + 2 = 5 crowd. You know that San Francisco was completely run by Democrats, right? Does not want to hear it. Won't even listen. And because of that, there's absolutely no chance of adjusting this idiocy in this person's thinking. Zero chance. I guess that's the point. I guess that's the point. If, there's a widespread feeling amongst leftists these days that everybody who doesn't agree with them is evil and you can't listen. And if you do, you might be infected with that evil. And now you're also a witch, right? Everybody who disagrees with you is a witch. And if you hang around with them, you're a witch too. It's worrying, right? That there are so many people like this. They have completely delusional ideas, and there's no mechanism to bring them around because they will just walk away. They don't want to know. I think it's scary. All right. Declaration of memes. Every American should view these two symbols of murder and slavery with an equal amount of contempt. Yeah, 100% true. It's really, it's a disaster for Western civilization that the hammer and sickle has basically been ignored. Like the crimes, the atrocities committed on behalf of that symbol have been ignored. There's just been the one, right? It's just the swastika, which obviously nobody's defending that, right? Horrible, but equal or even greater crimes committed in the name of communism. And young people just aren't taught that. I think it's by design. Because the academy is they've got a lot of socialist or outright communists in there, right? And it feels to them like it's left wing, right? And anything left wing is good. Anything, if it's good for the revolution, it's good. If it's bad for the revolution, it's bad. The other really salient point here is that it should be pointed out that the Nazis, the National Socialists, were also left-wing. It wasn't the right versus left in Germany in the 20s and 30s. It was two different leftist factions. You had the race Marxists and the class Marxists. Fascism is a fundamentally left-wing movement, right? It's a collectivist movement. It's everything for the state. This is pretty obvious. It took me a long time, actually, to come to grips with that because the programming had been so strong. That no, the Nazis, they're right-wing. They're right-wing. No. Once you actually start to read a little bit about it, and it's not even that, actually, because I actually read a lot about World War II, and I read Rise and Fall of the Third Reich. The programming was just so strong, but eventually I was able to overcome that and realize, actually, they're just different leftists. The Eastern Front in World War II was just two leftists, two different leftist factions fighting each other, both collectivist in their own way. The Nazis were certainly very distrustful of capitalism. Aside from their, anyway, but again, it's getting late, people. Give me a break here. Where was I going with this? Yeah, young people should be taught about the horrible, horrific crimes of communism. They're not. It's a tragedy for the West. And I guess we'll move on. This is the CBC. This CBC panel talking about Pierre Poilievre's confrontation with a Canadian press reporter. Toronto Star columnist and CBC panelist Chantal Hibert calls Poilievre an intellectual bully. This is what Canadians pay for, right? CBC it's $1 billion a year from the government, from taxpayers to the CBC to keep this on the air, right? Let's watch. As much as we can stomach.
It will be very hard to sell a leader who is turning out to be an intellectual bully, especially one who picks on people who are smaller than him, in the sense that the journalist asking a question is smaller than someone who is the leader of a major party. And I don't know what is being said outside Quebec in the other language, but I was on a panel today, and the words I used associated with Pierre Poilievre, and they are gaining currency, is that he is someone who will lie whenever it suits his purpose.
Last word to you.
After, we're going on 9 years of Trudeau, talking about Pierre Poilievre will lie. Well, I haven't seen him lie. I've seen Trudeau lie, plenty. I've seen him be what it's got to be the most scandal-ridden prime minister. He's got to be the most scandal-ridden prime minister in Canadian history. It's constant. It never ends. These people have the nerve to get on the taxpayer-funded CBC and spout this nonsense. These people, we've seen for years and years, Trudeau demonizing Canadians. Forget about reporters. Normal Canadians, freezing people's bank accounts, calling them racists and transphobes and homophobes and misogynists because they didn't like the vaccine mandates or anything else that he's done. It's truly shocking. In fact, we got to go back to the puppies again. There we go. My God, are they pandas or puppies? It's so hard to know, but it's delightful either way. Okay, that was a nice palate cleanse. And again, no Algerian ran in and stabbed them. So let's go back to Twitter and see what's going on. Dearmond says, Tick, a YouTube historian, has a brilliant vid explaining how Hitler was a socialist. I already knew that, Dearmond, because I watched that myself. I've been watching his Stalingrad series for years now. I'm a huge Tick history fan. And yeah. So you're right. And I have seen that video. And I would recommend anybody who's interested, not just in World War II, but because he gets a lot into the economics of World War II as well, and how that was a motivating factor. And he talks about, he obviously talks about fascism being a left-wing movement. And yeah, everybody subscribe to Tick. He's great. I don't think that he's on Rumble yet. I should check, though, actually. Everybody should be on Rumble. Every channel. There's no excuse for any YouTuber to not be on Rumble. That's the future. They don't suppress you. You don't have to worry about getting nuked, your channel nuked with no warning for nothing. Whether or not there's an election happening doesn't affect how many views you get. Yeah, subscribe to Tick. He's great. So this is news here that, we've just had The Marvels come out, right? Which has been the biggest box office bomb for the Marvel universe. they've ruined it, right? The way that Star Wars got ruined, and actually Star Trek as well got ruined. The way that everything is getting ruined, right? Well, now we see this. They just don't fucking learn. OMB Reviews. He actually has a good channel. He does breakdowns on the box office, and it's interesting if you like that sort of thing. LOL, this is already a disaster. So what's going on here? It says Megan McDonnell will write for Phoebe Waller-Bridge's live-action Tomb Raider series at Amazon. Her work includes WandaVision, Agatha, Darkhold Diaries, and The Marvels. So, I wonder if this is going to be terrible. So let's see. Phoebe Waller-Bridge, first off, live-action Tomb Raider series at Amazon. She can't be Lara Croft, can she? It can't. She must be producing or something. I mean, it can't possibly be her. There's no way. But she's just fresh off, like destroying the Indiana Jones franchise, just crushing it. There'll be no more Indiana Jones movies probably forever because she was in that movie and had influence on that project, right? And that's, kind of the same genre as Tomb Raider, kind of, right? Yeah, very, very similar. And so why? Like, the people making the decisions here, why? Do they want to fail? I mean, at this point, we just have to assume that they actually want to fail. I mean, the last Indiana Jones movie, what was it? The Dial of Destiny? They couldn't even come up with a good name for it. Holy crap. The Dial of Dementia. So they're bringing Phoebe Waller-Bridge in for Tomb Raider series. They're bringing in this woman who wrote for WandaVision, Agatha, Darkhold Diaries, and The Marvels. The Marvels being the worst performing Marvel movie of all time. Like, what are the meetings, like the corporate meetings around this? What do they look like? Does anybody say, I just think I should bring up that everybody involved with this is awful and ruins everything they do. So, and everybody just looks at them and goes, what's your point? I'm not really getting it. I'm guessing that the end game for Tomb Raider is like Ethan Page as like a trans-masculine Lara Croft, maybe like Lou Croft. The movie will be about this search for some kind of magical ancient dildo or something. I mean, they might as well make it just do that, right? Because it couldn't, whatever they do is going to be just as bad. I wouldn't even be surprised at this point if they actually do what I just said. Get Ethan Page as the trans-masculine Lara Croft and looking for an ancient magical dildo. If they did that, I might actually watch it, actually, now that I think about it. It'd be a hell of a laugh. Dermot says they don't care if they fail. They will always find work due to their woke credentials. But you have to think at some point that's got to fail. Like the line, where is the line for these production companies, the people who make these movies, right? The studios. Like they must, like everybody's got a line, right? Where is there, like obviously it hasn't been hit yet. You keep thinking that, okay, now they're going to smarten up. Now they're going to make a movie that'll actually be enjoyable. Because I want to see good movies, right? It's a very nice way to relax and pass some time. And it's fun. And it's part of, our human condition. We like watching entertaining stories about other people doing interesting things, right? It's a benefit. It's a cultural benefit to humanity. but they don't seem interested in doing that anytime soon. I've been watching old movies. I watched Alien and Aliens, which are both really good. The first one, Alien, is the best. I was talking about this last week. That's a movie that has a strong woman, you know. Might even say she's kind of bitchy in it, right? But it works because that last third, the third act of Alien, Sigourney Weaver is terrified. Ripley, she's terrified that entire last act. And it works. She doesn't just like, she's not, you know, they didn't write her as like some, you know, super girl boss, right? There was never any question she was going to defeat that alien. It was probably a male alien anyway, right? You know, what makes it compelling is that she's not the, you know, Mary Sue girl boss in it. She seems genuinely terrified and vulnerable. And her overcoming her terror is where the heroism comes from, right? Because if you're not scared, can you be brave? Right? You need to be scared to be brave. You need to be scared to be courageous, right? And it works. And there's never any point in that she's not actually a woman. She doesn't behave like no woman you've ever met before, right? So that really works. That movie is now, like 45 years old? Watched Apocalypse Now last week. I'm just going back and watching old movies. I even watched one called Supernova. I like science fiction movies. It had like James Spader in it and like Angela Bassett, I think. And it's a super cheesy movie. It's not a good movie, but I enjoyed it just because it wasn't woke. Maybe that's the bar now. Just as long as it's not woke, I'll just watch it, right? I don't know how you guys feel about that. Actually, I think I probably do. Let's watch this. Matt Walsh says, this is an abomination. Anna, Indiana. Hello, world. I'm Anna, Indiana, and I'm an AI singer-songwriter. Here's my first song, Betrayed in This Town. Okay, let's just listen to this. So this is AI, and yeah, let's see what AI is into.
Hello, world. My name is Anna, Indiana, and I'm so excited to share my music with you. Here's my first song, Betrayed by This Town. As an AI singer-songwriter, everything from the key, tempo, chord progression, melody notes, rhythm, lyrics, and my image and singing is auto-generated using AI. I hope you like it. Sitting at my favorite cafe, sipping my tea, it's Saturday, thinking about all he's done to everyone. This town is full of broken dreams, shattered hopes and silent screams. Somebody please help me. Betrayed by this town, let's tear it all down. We're all just destined to fall. I've lost it all. Betrayed by this town, let's tear it all down.
Let's tear the town down. Let's tear it all down. What is this? Like, it's a BLM revolutionary song? I guess the AI, it just like trolls, like it just searches everything on the internet. I guess probably on TikTok, young people are saying, right? To me, it sounds like some sort of like BLM revolutionary song. It sounds like TikTok wrote this song. It's obviously terrible. It's appallingly bad. It's cliched. It's what you'd expect from AI, right? It's like Skynet wrote a song to get humanity to destroy itself. That's what I think this is. First the song, then they send in the Terminators to just clean up what's left of civilization. It's deeply demoralizing, in my opinion. I think that AI should only be used for celebrity porn, and that's it. Nothing else. I guess the thing is, too, just when it's made by a computer, when you know there's no humanity actually in it. You know, I wouldn't even say this is Uncanny Valley because you can tell it's not, it's not close enough to really human to me. But there's something just fundamentally distasteful and repulsive about it. Is there not? There's, it touches the disgust mechanism in our brain a little bit, I think. What do you guys think? According to the media, this is Chaya Raichik. I think that's Libs of TikTok. Hold on, let's see. Yeah, creator of Libs of TikTok. According to the media, far right now means you're against stabbing children, giving kids porn in schools, chopping off kids' body parts, adult men dressed as women, dancing sexually for kids, giving kids irreversible drugs. Raise your hand if you're also far right. Yeah, I mean, this is, when I say that these terms don't mean anything anymore, this is exactly what I'm talking about. Like, calling somebody far right for being against these things is not going to dissuade people. I guess some it will. Some it will dissuade from saying, no, I'm against these things, right? I guess there are definitely weak-minded people that will be coerced by shame into supporting awful, horrible things. I guess so. But I just have to believe there's enough people where, the magic spell isn't going to work. Declaration of memes. The fact that libs got angry that Mr. Beast used his money to have wells built in poor villages in Africa is astounding. I don't find it at all surprising, actually. Name a more insane group than modern leftists. They don't exist. Here, the rich should give their fortunes to the poor. Mr. Beast says, okay. Left gets mad. It's because, as James Lindsay says, the issue is never the issue, right? The issue is always the revolution. So the narrative is, of course, that Mr. Beast is he's a straight white male. So he's oppressor class. So everything that he does is oppressive. Okay? Yeah, if it's good for the revolution, it's good. If it's not good for the revolution, it's bad, right? So it doesn't matter if he actually does more, right? At one time than every leftist in San Francisco does in their entire lives. It doesn't matter because it's not about that. He's the oppressor class, right? No matter what he does, he's the oppressor class. That's their story, and they are definitely sticking to it. Dearwood says, AI is disturbing, yet the music sounds just like the crap we've been hearing for 20 years. Yeah, it does, right? That's why I also don't listen to that. But again, Mr. Beast is the oppressor class, so it doesn't matter how many people he helps, or how desperately those people need the help, or how grateful they are for the help. Doesn't matter. The important thing for the left is that he is an oppressor. He's part of the oppressor class by identity. And there's no forgiveness and there's no redemption. What they want for him is to sit down and shut up and go through a lifelong struggle session. It also makes the left look bad because they don't actually do anything helpful, right? So they also don't like that. It's embarrassing for them. Declaration of memes. Doctor, I'm depressed because of the weather in 30 years. Have you tried blocking traffic? That says so much, doesn't it? I guess it speaks to the absurdity of the whole enterprise, the whole leftist climate hysteria enterprise. Let's see what else we got here. Yeah, hear from Chaya Rachik again. Far right is when you're against the stabbing of children. So this is a news headline from Sky News, and they are not your friends. Dublin stabbing. Far right protests after girl 5 among 3 children attacked in broad daylight near school. Far right protests. Yeah. I mean, it seems weird, but to a far leftist, if you are angry about that and express it, you're far right. Says great memes. Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much. Oh yeah. This is more. Your head will explode with rage when you see this. Warning: EDI can be bad for your health. In this internal document from the Royal College of Physicians and Surgeons of Canada, no surprise, there is a proposal from the EDI group to prioritize social justice over medical expertise. This is bonkers. But this is the inevitable dysfunction that will get into everything in the West. They're not going to stop. The whole thing with progressivism is that it has to keep progressing or else it dies, right? It doesn't care if it's making things better or worse. It's just change. It's just the revolution. That's all that matters. Good for the revolution, it's good. Bad for the revolution, it's bad. Doesn't matter if people die. I mean, we know that about far leftism, don't we? Because we have a lot of evidence, especially over the 20th century. All right, let me see if I can make this a little bit larger. Maybe even a bit more. Okay. Equity, Diversity, and Inclusion and Accessibility Interim Report. The Anti-Racism Expert Working Group. What is an anti-racism expert? As far as I can tell, it's somebody who just says that everything they don't like is racist. A new model of CanMeds would seek to center values such as anti-oppression, anti-racism, and social justice rather than medical expertise. This is their own paper. Okay? This is their own paper. They're saying this. A new model of CanMeds would seek to center values such as anti-oppression, anti-racism, and social justice rather than medical expertise. They're admitting it. How is this not surreal? How is this not utterly and totally bizarre? But again, it just proves the point that the issue is never the issue. The issue is always the revolution. They're saying that they want to prioritize their weird cult ideology over actually helping people. I mean, what could you really say? They're concerned. They're just concerned with constantly refining their definition of anti-racism, right? And while that is, it's just expanding it to mean literally everything, right? Anti-racism is an explicit stance, a process of a systematic method of analysis requiring a proactive course of action for individuals, institutions, and societies to undertake. It's never a matter of even if it's there, right? They know it's there, right? They demand that it be there. They need it to be there, right? And you have to do something. You've got to be proactive. You know, there's the white gaze. You've got to be constantly on the lookout for that. I'm going back to the puppies again. It's making me insane. Again, those could be pandas. If I didn't know and you just told me those were pandas, you know, I'd probably believe you, you know. My God. What a dream. That's a dream come true. A puppy that looks like a panda. Thank God it doesn't have the white gaze. James Lindsay says, critical immigration theory is coming, and it will consume CRT the way queer theory consumed radical feminism. Yeah, the feminists don't seem to be that concerned with feminism anymore, do they? I mean, there seems to be a big issue that might concern women. Israel that happened, and a bunch of horrible things that happened to women there. Don't seem to really hear much about it from the feminists. They don't seem to be that interested. Isn't it just the funniest thing? Maybe the issue is never the issue. So critical immigration theory. So that will consume critical race theory. So critical race theory will just become a part of this, right? You know, the mother of it all will be critical immigration theory. They seem extremely obsessed with bringing as many as people as possible from completely different cultures as they can. So, yeah, I think that's entirely possible. Let's see, what else we got here? Some stuff we've already been over. There's another Canadian journalist complaining about Pierre Poilievre, you know, calling out Canadian activist journalists. I don't know who he thinks he's impressing with this campus Tory childishness, but they're probably already voting for them. They are voting for him because they like him. They like him more than they like reporters. Here's a meme. Refugees stabbing our children is our strength. And just let that sit there for a second. Remember, there is nothing that you can say to the modern leftist that will have them see reason. Nothing. I'm not saying it's, I'm not saying it's everybody who votes for, see the Liberal Party in Canada, the Democrats in the States, or Labour in the UK. But the hardcore, the base, they can't be reasoned with, right? There is nothing that will change their mind. And, you can't reason with them. That's why I think that really the words that should be used now, it shouldn't be left or right. I think it should just be common sense versus crazy. That's how everything should be framed from now on. Just common sense versus crazy, right? Because everybody's got a line, or almost everybody anyway. And the crazy, eventually gets crazy for almost everybody. And the left can't help itself because of this whole idea of progressivism, that it must keep moving forward. It's like a shark. If it stops swimming, it dies, right? Well, look at this. From Donald J. Trump, Donald J. Trump knew, so it's not actually Trump. Breaking. Singer Cher and Barbara Streisand say they will leave the United States if Donald Trump becomes president in 2024. What's your reaction? Didn't they say this in 2016? A whole bunch did. It was like thousands of Hollywood celebrities said they were going to leave. They're all going to go to Canada. Did any of them go? I don't think any of them left, did they? They keep saying it, and they don't do it. Stop threatening the American people with a good time. The narcissism, too. They're not relevant, these people, anymore. Nobody would miss them. Especially their servants, who they're probably horrible to. And they have servants, right? Probably indentured servants. So, I don't know. Does anybody else want them? I don't think we want them in Canada. Declaration of memes. Let's see. What is this? Whoever thinks the government can be overthrown with a militia doesn't know how tanks and jet fighters work. But you claim the government was almost overthrown on January 6th by unarmed people merely walking into a building. And then angry. Yes. And it's hard to believe there were people who actually thought like the QAnon shaman was going to take over the country, right? He's going to become the Speaker of the House. So strange. But people, they want to believe things, right? They just want to believe. Let's see, we've been going for 2 hours, 11 minutes. Okay. Well, I still got some energy. We'll keep going. And actually, I'm going to take 1 second here just to say, to remind again, subscribe. Anybody who's on YouTube, it's really worthwhile to get a Rumble channel or Rumble account, and then just follow most of the people you like, probably on Rumble already. Go over there, follow them. You don't even have to watch it, but at least you've got them there, because I think that in the next year, Google takes, who owns YouTube, they take elections very seriously, and they take who wins elections very seriously, and they definitely have a favorite. And I think there is going to be a big culling coming up in the next year, because this is going to be a crazy election, right? With everything that's happening. And I think a lot of people are going to end up getting nuked off YouTube. So it would be useful to already have everybody on Rumble, and you can just switch over. Like I have, they have apps for like Apple TV and Roku. I've got the Rumble app on my Roku. I watch it on my TV, right? There's still stuff that I watch on YouTube, because there's some stuff that hasn't switched over yet. I like boxing content, so watch that over there. But like Louder with Crowder, for instance, there's one where I only watch that on Rumble. So it's really, I think it's worthwhile. And I would like to have more subscribers on Rumble than I do on YouTube. I've got half. So YouTube, I've got like 11,400 something. Rumble, I've got 5,600 and something. But recently I've been getting like, 2, 3, 4, 5 times as many views on Rumble with half the subscribers, less than half the subscribers. My live streams get way more viewers on Rumble than they do on YouTube. Like last week's on Rumble, now it's got over 900 views. YouTube, like 60. The week before, over 1,100 on Rumble. Like literally 63 or something on YouTube, right? I'm not being suppressed on Rumble. So I'd like everybody to follow me over there. And I think it's only a matter of time till I get nuked on YouTube anyway. But if you're watching on YouTube, like that's cool. It's awesome. I'm just saying, at least so you know, if my channel disappears, you can find me somewhere else, right? But let's try and get that number of Rumble subscribers higher than YouTube. That would just be a nice thing personally for me, right? That'd be a stick in the eye for YouTube for me, because I am being suppressed on that platform very badly. It's not just me either, right? It's basically everybody who's in the same space at this point, and they all say it. So subscribe. I mean, if you're on YouTube, subscribe there too. But I got a priority on Rumble now. That's where the future is. Once you see it, you can't unsee it. I think it's obvious at this point. Newsom is going to be the candidate for the Democrats. They're gonna get Biden out of there. They have to. He's a disaster, right? Now, Biden he wants to run because obviously he wants to be able to pardon himself and his family and everything, right? He sees that there's some danger in him not being able to do that for obvious reasons. I mean, everything about him is corrupt, including doing this Banana Republic legal attacks on his rival, Donald Trump. That's insane. That is really genuinely Banana Republic stuff. That's how it looks to the rest of the world. So I think they'll put Newsom in, but I don't think it's going to work because he looks like some kind of creepy vampire to me. I don't know. But also too, I mean, his record with California is appalling. And I guess it still works in California. For some reason, they keep voting for him. But I don't know. Does the rest of the country really want to live in San Francisco? Not sure about that. Do they really want everywhere to be turned into that? I don't know. I don't think so. From Sal the Agorist, how could Argentina count 27 million votes in one day, but it took Arizona 1 week to count 2.5 million votes? Stop asking questions, you conspiracy theorist. Yeah, that's it, right? It does seem strange, doesn't it? Seems very, very odd. It seems odd that the media had absolutely no interest in investigating and interrogating any of this stuff, any of the stuff about how, well, we're going to stop counting. And then in the morning, it turned out, well, they hadn't stopped counting. And in fact, a whole bunch of hundreds of thousands of votes had come in. And miraculously, they were like 98% for Biden. Normally, in a normal society with like a healthy press, media would be all over that. Of course they would, because it's obviously pretty weird, right? It seems like the Democrat Party feels like maybe it could just do anything and it doesn't matter because the press will be behind them. And anybody who questions anything they do will be smeared as an enemy of the state. Kind of feels like that a little bit. Kind of feels like no consequences, you know? I mean, it certainly is helpful if you want to fortify an election, right? Oh, boy. Whatever structural engineer installed that anchor is probably underpaid. Let's take a look. What's going on here?
I mean, technically that happens, but it's just not true.
I'm going to say tough, but fair. Tough, but fair. That's a guilty pleasure right there. Let's see. Transgender TikToker who uses he, it pronouns. That used to be a joke, right? Like pronouns it. It's an it. I guess they've reclaimed it. Dresses like a clown, complains about having to work and pay rent. Okay, I guess we're going to put ourselves through this. I hesitate because I feel like this steals like a part of your soul every time you look at something like this. But I think we have to do it for the good of the culture in the future generations.
Must I go to work? Must I contribute to society? Must I pay rent? Is it not enough to be a quirked up white boy goated with the sauce? Is it not enough to just have a good time? Make people laugh? Must I go to work? Must I?
I'm going to say that everything you're doing is actually too much. I understand that circus life is hard, but them's the breaks, I guess. Whatever it is that you're doing, it's not that it's not enough. It's too much, and you should stop. You should stop immediately. If too much of a good thing is too much, then too much of whatever this is, too much of whatever this is, whatever the fuck this is, that's too much as well. I guess this is, obviously a communist, I have to say. Obviously a communist. I'm not sure that they'll let you wear that getup at the concrete factory, comrade. So, yeah, I just stop it. Stop whatever this is. It's not helping anything in the world. It's like tempting God to just, destroy everything, like another flood or something. I wonder if this is like a normal, like, daily thing. If this is like, I've got to go pick up some more coffee grounds. I better put on my clown thing that I'm doing. Anyway, that's depressing. Here's a good one. I guess this is the Clinton family Thanksgiving. No, sweetie pie, we didn't kill the turkey. It committed suicide. That's a nice one. I like that. Oh, Jesus Christ. What is this? Okay. Dr. Jebra Fauci. The research is done. Here are the facts. Oh, boy. That's some face there. Okay. I guess we're going to have to watch this.
Hi, Matthew Lush. We did the research about, the fact that men can't get pregnant. And I hate to tell you that you're like 100% wrong. Like 100%. Like, coming from a trans man, I can get pregnant. So, looking pretty dingusy right now, huh? Little dingus, little silly. A little transphobic even. Hi, Matthew Lush.
I don't even get this. Like, so you're a trans man, right? And you can get pregnant. Okay, so when we hear that, we think, well, because you're actually a woman, so you can get pregnant. Like, is this honestly a gotcha moment? Is this what happens when you just never hear anything? Like, nobody ever tells you the truth? Is this... Okay, let's move on. We might have to get back to the puppies again soon. I don't know. We've been dipping in there quite a bit to, cleanse the palate, but a lot of crazy going on right now. Jesus invited prostitutes to dine with him, and he's the light of the world. I do it, and I'm making Thanksgiving awkward. I think that Thanksgiving prostitutes is an essential service. I think the government should pay for them. And I'm sticking with that, by the way. But they have to be nice ones, right? They have to like pretend that they find you interesting. You know, that's the caveat. Otherwise, it really is awkward, you know. What else we got here? Oh, so this, I think many of us would agree, this person seems like a lot of fun. So this is another crazy TikTok leftist. What's this all about?
They colonized my gratitude. They colonized my gratitude. They colonized giving thanks. They colonized eating delicious food with my friends and family. They colonized having the day off. Y'all, it's like a psychological trick because, like, they have us to a certain extent in forced labor. You can't survive unless you're working all the time in this country, right? And they're like, we're not forcing you. We're just coercing you because the alternative is death. So you get a couple of days off from all of this, like working all the time and being miserable. And then they're like, yeah, these couple of days off, go associate those days off with the opposite of what it actually is. Associate these days off with capitalism. Associate the good feelings you're having this days off. Associate that with patriotism in this country. Like, what? And then they're also like, oh, yeah, and also while you're eating and having a good time.
How do these people think that, like, communists get food? I mean, when they actually get food, right? But how do they think that the communists actually get the food? Because apparently nobody's doing anything, because that's capitalism. Doing anything is apparently capitalism and colonization, right? I honestly think these people don't understand where food comes from. I don't think they get it, because, I mean, apparently she wants, the only thing that would make any kind of sense is that she wants other people to be forced to work to provide resources to her. And that's fair. Because somebody has to work, right? Otherwise, there's no resources, right? So somebody has to work, just not her, because her working is being colonized. I probably learned all of this in university, I'm guessing. If it's good for the revolution, it's good. Let's keep going. Let's see. Declaration of memes. It's all good in the hood, I replied cheerfully, but deep down I knew there were many socioeconomic problems in the hood. That's a good one. This is an account. I don't know if this is parody or not. I mean, I think it must be parody. But Wei Wu, apparently this Chinese woman who's living in the United States, I just find it really amusing. Hello, friend. I need advice. Where find good boyfriend? He must, 1, high chance be husband in future. 2, like rocket ship. 3, hate pervert and slut. 4, do not use OnlyFan. 5, study hard, good mark. 6, diligent and honor. 7, hate Detroit. I keep seeing these from this account, and I find them amusing, and I will share more of them with you. Press F to go back. How did we get from this, Arnold and Sly, to this? Well, we got to this by communists infiltrating all of the institutions, especially academia. That's how you get there. You get there by generations of young people being poisoned with the woke mind virus. That's how you get there. People won't naturally gravitate to that. And in fairness, most young people still don't, right? But far too many do. Here's one from Casimnet. Tax. I put that shit on everything. Justin Trudeau. I put that shit on everything. Yeah, he does. It's all he knows how to do. Leftists are the most racist and hateful people I've ever met. Here's a sign that says, white feminism isn't feminism. That's right, because the issue is never the issue. The issue is always a revolution. The hypocrisies, the contradictions, the incoherence, none of that bothers modern leftists, right? Because it's not like feminism isn't about feminism, right? It's always about anti-capitalism. That's it. It's always about the revolution. Always. This stuff shouldn't even be surprising at this point. What is this? Okay, let's take a look. Apparently, this is...
Okay, so a lot of
all right.
people seem to be confused as to why calling women females is offensive. And I understand that maybe this word wasn't offensive before, but now the meaning of it has shifted, I think. So basically, I don't think whenever men are referring to women as females, it's never, like 99% of the time, it's in a misogynistic way. So that's the first issue. The second issue is that female basically means a group of whatever that can reproduce. And so it's basically demeaning someone all the way down to women to their reproductive abilities. And so it's stupid. Okay, so a lot of people seem to be...
That just about broke my brain. Okay, well, women. Okay, so first off, we're sexually reproducing sexually dimorphous species, and women are a thing. They're one half of that binary, right? So it's not surprising you'd have a word for them, right? Apparently, just knowing they exist is somehow insulting. This person must have spent at least 2 or 3 years at university. Nothing else could explain this. Let's see. Anyone else driving to Argentina right now? American political system straight ahead. Argentina to the right. Libertarians? Yep. They know which way to go. You know, I keep seeing stuff about how Milei he's a plant. He's a WF. Apparently there's a picture of him from having a WF profile. I don't know. Maybe they just put up a profile of everyone. Do they even ask people? I don't know. All I can say is everything can't be a conspiracy. Like, conspiracies are real. We have history books full of them, right? But not everybody can be a plant or a spy or something like that, you know? Like, I just refuse to get totally blackpilled. It seems like the sort of thing you would do if you're trying to demoralize people, right? If you're trying to get people not to vote or to care or to pay attention or just obey, right? Maybe he will not be what he's promised. I mean, certainly you can point to the UK with the Conservative Party there. I mean, they were given a huge mandate in, what was it, 2019? To reduce immigration, and they have failed. In fact, they've increased it, right? Anybody there who voted for the Conservatives has every right to be furious at them. So that's a real risk. But I just don't think it can be everybody. Maybe I'll be proved wrong. Who knows, right? But I'm not going to get blackpilled. I have to think there's hope and that people will be sensible enough. You know, I guess we shall see, but I think there's reason to be hopeful for sane people in the West and in Argentina. Look at this, MSNBC's, what is it, Claire, I don't know. Trump is even more dangerous than Hitler, she says. Oh boy, I think I've actually heard that before, as insane as it is.
A lot of people have tried to draw similarities between Mussolini and Hitler and the use of the terminology like vermin and the drive that those men had towards autocracy and dictatorship. The difference, though, I think makes Donald Trump even more dangerous, and that is he has no philosophy he believes in. He is not trying to expand the boundaries of the United States of America. He's not trying to overcome a neighboring country like Putin is in Ukraine. He is not going for some grandiose scheme of international dominance. All he wants is to look in the mirror and see a guy who's president. All he cares about is selfish self-promotion. That's the only philosophy he has, which makes him even more dangerous because he has actually said out loud that it would be okay to terminate the Constitution to keep him in power. He said this.
They just never stop lying. He has not said that. That's insane. He's dangerous because he doesn't want to invade and bomb all the other countries in the world, apparently. She talks about vermin. They all have been calling Donald Trump supporters maggots, like maggots, right? These people have no shame. Absolutely no shame. It's infuriating, right? I mean, it's just so agenda driven, all of it. It's so narrative driven. They never seem to, I guess it's like they're great actors, I guess, It's madness, though. It's madness. And it's not working. So they're looking at the polling, it's not working. So they're getting desperate. Just like I showed you with the Canadian press with Poilievre earlier in the live stream, right? They're getting desperate and they're furious that they're losing. Okay, actually, I haven't looked at this one. Let's take a look.
A little differently, I guess, because I'm built a little differently, I guess, because I have had people come up to me and say, "How do you do it, sir? How do you do it?" I don't even think about it. I'm built a little differently, I guess, because I have had people come up to me and say, "How do you do it, sir? How do you?"
What about my fourth plate on Thanksgiving? I don't even think about it. That was definitely worth it. How about this one? I really like this Javier Milei guy. Peter, Maduro just compared him to Pinochet. I already said I liked him, Harry. You don't have to sell this to me. Maduro's the leader in Venezuela, socialist Venezuela, right? Yeah, you shouldn't listen to what socialists and commies say. How about this one? Femenis. So this is making fun of feminism from a woman, so it's okay to laugh.
And the winner of today's gender lottery is this lucky audience member. They get to become a man. Let's show them what they won.
You won a brand new Ford truck. It's built Ford tough, just like you're gonna be. Your brand new truck is also now perfect for your new job as a millwright. I hope you're ready for some tough work. You'll also be losing about 5 years on your life because of the physical labor and a workplace accident that changes your life forever. But hey, now you get disability and a cool truck. As for the grand prize, you're granted divorce, but the custody battle costs an arm and a leg. The intact ones, anyway. And you only get to see your kids for the weekends and holidays. Congratulations!
Yes, thank you. Thank you for that. Bit of common sense, right? For all of the, ist movements, there is no destination. That's the thing, right? Like it's never about equality, right? It was, some animals are more equal than others. It's always been that. Okay, this says, this is a tweet from LGB says, what? And this is something, trans liberation, not trans assimilation by any means necessary, 100, 100, 100. Now, the ADL tells me that 100 is a hate symbol. So hope they get on top of this. And what is that? That is a perfectly healthy, beautiful person. That is brave. That's powerful, is what that is. Trans liberation, not trans. What can that possibly mean? I wonder, right? I mean, I know that many of these people are totally crazy, but what can that possibly mean? Like, liberation, not assimilation. So not like being accepted into the community, into society. It's almost like they want people to talk about them or notice that they're different. Like they don't want to just be like everybody else. Kind of seems like that, doesn't it? It almost seems like they don't really just want to be accepted. They want something more than that. I'm not saying every trans person, but I'm saying that there seems to be a trend here of people that acceptance isn't what they're actually looking for. What does liberation mean? Like what? Like there's no laws against like an adult doing that, right? I don't know. I can't help but feel like it all seems a little bit crazy. Oh, yeah, there's 3 ways to decenter whiteness in your workplace. It's just unbelievable. Let's see. Protesters rush into Liberal Party donor dinner screaming, "Ceasefire now." So let's take a look at this. This is Liberal Party of Canada.
Ceasefire now! 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 Ceasefire now!
Ceasefire now! Ceasefire now! Ceasefire now! Ceasefire now!
Well, they can't be upset about this. I mean, these are the people that the Liberal Party courted when Trudeau decided to take the Liberal Party full woke, which he has done. This is the crowd that they courted. This is what they cultivated. Why would they even be surprised by this? Why would they be shocked that they couldn't control their new pets, right? This is what they wanted. These are the people they courted. This is why they went so far left. They wanted to get these people. They wanted to win them away from the NDP. Well, they've got them now, and I hope they have fun. Oh, good Lord. This one. Good Lord. Imagine kicking this woman out of your party. She sounds like a lot of fun. Okay. Prepare yourselves. This is maddening, all right? But we're going to have to do it.
So I just got kicked out of a gender reveal party. Everybody's clapping, it's a boy. And I just happen to say, well, let's give it 10 years and see if it sticks. Grandma clutches her pearl. I'm leaving. The receipt's in the bag. I got them a pride onesie from Target. So I just got kicked out of a gender reveal.
So this person loves this, right? This is one of those awful people that they just like this, right? They like being at the center of attention, regardless of if it's good or bad attention. They just like it. I can't talk because it's late. I don't know. Maybe I have brain damage or something. Who knows? Maybe I've had a series of mini strokes while I've been doing this live stream. Entirely possible. But this is an awful person. And see, so she's going in and trying to ruin a gender reveal party, right? This is her identity, being an obnoxious woke tard, right? This is her identity. This is what she revels in. And you can see that she's reveling in it. She's happy about it, right? She's happy she wrecked that party and offended everybody. But she knows that nobody there, nobody at a gender reveal party, nobody's holding a gender reveal party, wants to hear that their kid might end up being a tranny. Nobody wants to hear that. She certainly should not be invited to any more gender reveal parties. Any more reveal parties, period. Unless it's like a Gunt reveal party. And she would still get kicked out of the Gunt reveal party. Because, because she's awful. I guess maybe your family loves her. I don't know. Let's see. Here's Joe Scarborough. Trump will imprison. He will execute. Jesus Christ. These people are nuts. They really are desperate. It's incredible. Watch this.
Have a responsibility to really to tune out the voices of the haters, of the people that are constantly double and triple checking and shilling for him and suggesting that somehow they're being biased, bending over backwards, treating him like a normal candidate. He's not a normal candidate. He is running to end American democracy as we know it. He's an authoritarian who a court in Colorado 2 days ago ruled that he led an insurrection against the United States government. He's charged with leading schemes to help overthrow the United States government. So if they want to frame it that way, that's fine. If you want to be fair, then you will frame this as Joe Biden being the candidate that supports American democracy, and Donald Trump, a candidate who supports a new form of government here that's authoritarian. It's really that simple. And by the way, Reverend Al, when people go, oh, you.
So Trump's the authoritarian, the guy who's got like 91 obviously ridiculous indictments against him, just clearly being persecuted by his political rival, right? Who's the guy in power, right? Trump is the authoritarian. They can't be this dumb. They just can't be. They're actors. They're good actors. Maybe they're not even that good at acting, but anyway, let's go a little further.
Comparing to past Nazi leaders. You can't compare him to this past Nazi leader or that past fascist leader because he hasn't done that. Well, what hasn't he done? He hasn't done the things that the American judicial system did not allow him to do last time, but may very well allow him to do this time, or a judicial system that will be ignored by Donald Trump and ran over by Donald Trump to create the greatest constitutional crisis of our lifetimes. Just because he hasn't done it yet doesn't mean he won't do it when he gets a chance to do it. And if he is voted into office, then a lot of the...
Well, I mean, that's rock solid evidence right there. Rock solid evidence right there. I mean, all the crazy bullshit things that they're making up, the fact that he hasn't done them definitely means he's going to do them, right? He's definitely going to do the things that are happening to him right now.
People that are talking about literal or figurative or whatever the hell they're saying, you're going to look like idiots because he will get away with, he will imprison, he will execute whoever he's allowed to imprison, execute, drive from the country.
He's going to execute. From Seth Dillon from the Babylon Bee. Yeah, look at his past. So many executions. He's got to imprison all these people. He didn't imprison anybody, though. He didn't. In fact, he let out a bunch of people from prison for like marijuana offenses, right? Nonviolent drug offenses, right? It's just like, I feel like when I see stuff like this, I'm looking into another dimension or something. It's weird. It's like it is really just a machine, isn't it? That's what it is. It's a machine. This unstoppable machine. It won't stop. Now, I'm not saying that it works. The polls are saying that this isn't working, at least not well enough. But it's really something to see. It's like out of a dystopian novel. It really is. It's like out of the book that, it's like out of a book that, you know, an unpublished book that George Orwell wrote right before he wrote 1984. Okay, how about this? Out of everything you see this week, I believe this is probably the most relatable. I've listened several times, and each time it becomes more clear. Okay, so I think we can tell already this might be a little bit bonkers.
I am a trans non-binary lesbian. Trans because non-binary fits under the trans umbrella, but also because I've never felt like I completely fit the gender assigned at birth. Non-binary because I've never felt like I fit woman completely or girl completely. I didn't fit it in the socialized roles, in the form of dress, in the form of acting or speaking. I just have never felt like I completely fit it. Lesbian because I have always loved.
Okay, so you're fucking nuts then. Got it. Thing is, I don't think these people are actually nuts. I think they know that this is all just made up. This is a performance. You know, I think they know that ultimately. But it's so fashionable at this point. And if you have nothing else, you know, if you don't have any other really compelling characteristics or traits, you know, here's something that gives you the illusion of being interesting, right? It's actually quite tragic when you think about it. This is true. Tristan Hopper, he's a Canadian journalist. If a future Canadian government actually had the stones to reverse all of the insanity of the last 10 years, simply getting back to the mean would require a level of radicalism never previously exhibited by a conservative prime minister. That is completely true, actually. I mean, I'm not sure people outside of Canada realize just how much Trudeau has changed Canada for the worse. Just how kind of, at least culturally revolutionary he's been. Not to mention, you know, some of his bills as well, which have been just absolutely appalling. But Canada is not the same country it was before Trudeau got in. He has changed it in ways that actually can't be changed. On the immigration front, that's one, you know. That's an issue. That's a generational issue now. His recklessness, the debt is not going to get solved in, you know, 4 or 5 years, right? That's now become a generational issue. The permission that he's given to the cultural establishment in Canada to be batshit crazy. And, I mean, that the institutions that have been completely infiltrated by crazy far leftists, right? Like, none of this stuff is going to happen quickly. None of this is going to get cleaned up quickly. These are all generational issues now, you know? That's what happens when a country falls asleep for a decade or for, you know, 8 years, right? It can happen quick. You know, the far leftists, they move fast, right? And they have no shame. And they don't care what the majority of the people think. So it's kind of a sad statement. Yeah, so even, like, I just don't think it is possible in any short time frame to bring us back to what used to be normal. And it's probably just not really possible. I mean, certainly we can improve Canada. We can fix Canada. We can make Canada a much better country again, but it will never be the Canada of before Trudeau again, right? It will have different issues, different problems that will persist. Looks like we're coming up on 3 hours here. Maybe we'll look at a little bit more here and probably call it night soon. So yeah, it's almost 2:30. Wow. Oh, from Declaration of Memes. Democrats be like, still better than Trump. Yes. They could be walking around in the apocalypse with their gas masks on. Again, there's some people that can't be reasoned with it, right? And I guess that's the point of this. Dr. Simon Godek, he says, public schools be like, if we divide 123 genders by white supremacy, how much climate change do we have? See, this meme just reveals a basic truth that I talk about on this channel all the time. You know, the issue is never the issue. The issue is always revolution. It's all just this big kind of incoherent mishmash. The ultimate goal is like a cultural revolution. And even underneath that, it's anti-capitalism, right? Among, you know, it's also internationalism, right? They don't believe in borders, all of that. But fundamentally, the goal is to destroy capitalism and to lie to people about what that would actually mean. But yeah, I think this reveals a truth about the left, right? I mean, it is true that, you know, all of these theories, critical race theory and gender theory and intersectionality, all of this, they are all incoherent, right? You look at gender. Gender doesn't, this metaphysical abstract concept that they've redefined gender as, right, which was simply before just the same as sex. It was a synonym for sex, right? You know, on one hand, it's a social construct. On the other hand, a 6-year-old definitely knows they were born into the wrong body. This is incoherent. These things, they don't make sense, right? They have to be taken as articles of faith. That's the only way you can believe them. That's why this is funny, because it's got truth in it as its foundation. Babylon B. Hunter Biden disappointed to learn white powder all over White House was just fake snow. We know the cocaine at the White House was Hunter Biden's. We all know that. Maybe he was giving some to his dad to keep him awake. But we know it was Hunter's. We all know that. We live in a world where it can be pretended that nobody knows this. We all know that. All right, let's keep moving. Let's see. From D-Day Cobra. You misgendered me. You have misgendered yourself. Again, it's funny because it's true. Here's from Wei Wu again. I just get a real kick out of this. This transformer agenda be record break swimming contest when he transformed to woman. Why he look happy? He cheat rule. This shame, not pride. This number one stupid. My friend, I tell you truth. I transform agenda to man? Then one day I be record break for most baby make by, hold on. Then one day I be record break for most baby make by man. This transform agenda idea. Most not smart, most not wise. I do not respect, I vomit. I guess responding to another trans swimmer breaking records, because, you know, because that's totally makes sense. All right, I guess we got to scroll back down again. Man, we've been through a lot of these. Holy jeez. No wonder we've been going for 3 hours now. Okay, remember her. Saw that. I put a lot of these things together for this one. Should probably just go through all of them until we get to what we're doing last week. What is this? What the heck is this? I challenge you to find me a song with more powerful lyrics. You can't. Even the great songwriter John Lennon couldn't have come up with this. Well, whoa, what is going on here? I'm almost afraid to watch this. Okay, but let's do it.
My pronouns aren't preferred. They are mandatory. Do not purposefully misgender trans people. You do not get to decide how someone identifies. My pronouns aren't preferred. They are mandatory. My pronouns aren't preferred. They are...
This narcissism is insane. Okay, so for one thing, you don't get to decide how I see other people, right? You don't get to tell me that I have to pretend that things that I believe, that you don't get to tell me that I have to pretend to believe things that I don't believe, right? That's the other side of this coin, right? I get to decide how I personally identify you. If I think that I identify you as something that fell out of Sam Smith's ass after he ate 15 vegan tacos and a bottle of blue dye, then I get to identify you as that. That's just the way it works. That's the way it works in a free society, right? These demands that you buy into people's delusions. And again, I don't think I think the vast majority of people don't even actually really believe it, right? It's just a sense of power in forcing people to do what you want, right? Deeply narcissistic, obviously, you know? And what, all right, let's just keep moving on. Oh, this is funny. This is not political at all. This is just actually kind of hilarious.
Stand behind the yellow line, please. The next train will be approaching soon. Could the customer with the juicy melons please stand away from the yellow line? That's the customer with the juicy melons. Please stand away from the yellow line, sir. Thank you very much.
The guy holding a couple of melons. This was obviously staged, but it's brilliant. Like it. Totally approve. This is interesting. It's the movie industry is determined to destroy itself. It's really something else. In breaking news that surprises absolutely no one, woke Disney is preparing us for how they plan to destroy yet another beloved franchise. Who else is planning to not watch this movie? So, Thor: Love and Thunder director Taika Waititi says his Star Wars film is gonna piss people off. I feel like this is a poor strategy. Like the people who are giving all of the money to this person, Star Wars film is going to be like $200 million minimum, right? What's your plan? I'm going to piss everybody off. Seems like a poor plan to me. It seems like maybe the plan should be to make people happy, right? So they go see the movie and then they maybe see it a couple of times even, I don't really get it from this guy too, because, it's not like he's not talented. I mean, What We Do in the Shadows is a brilliant comedy from, I think it's like 10 years old now. And Jojo Rabbit, I thought was a very well done movie. I thought it was quite good. But I guess maybe it's just the narcissism. Once they become, famous, really well known, they just become so self-indulgent. I don't know, but it's truly bizarre. I mean, this is not the atmosphere right now to be making statements like that. The Marvels, like, it's clear now that what they're doing isn't working, right? The Marvels, biggest box office flop in Marvel of all the Marvel movies, right? There's been a number of flops. I mean, the Indiana Jones movie, total flop, right? It just seems like a bad strategy. Like, it seems strange that that they haven't kind of locked things down at these studios and, put people in a room or gotten them on the phone and said, look, these are some things we don't want to say anymore, right? We don't want to piss off the fan bases anymore because it's really not working for us at this point. For a while, it didn't matter, but now all of a sudden, I think we have to take it seriously. So shut the fuck up. Me in heaven explaining to God they were just memes. Like that one. Here's one. It's kind of dark humor, I guess. How many people need to die before you give up your guns? All of them. That's some black humor there. Like that. Okay. Transgender woman barred from playing in international women's cricket. So, I believe what happened here is that the transgender woman grievously injured one of the actual women. And now they're barred from playing in international women's cricket. And I don't know. I don't know the exact incident. It may have been that a trans cricket player just beat the other team to death with the cricket racket, a fit of feminine rage. I don't know. All I know is that the women cricket players have had enough. Is this hairstyle cultural appreciation or cultural appropriation? It's just wrong. All of it's wrong. Everything happening here is just wrong. Didn't there used to be people to tell people when they were just doing things wrong, Like, didn't people used to have friends to just tell them, hey, that thing you're doing? That thing you're doing with the braids? I'm your friend. I want to be honest with you. It's not working, It's just not working. I would feel bad if I did. I've got an obligation to tell you you're my friend, Also, you're not a woman. You either understand history or you trust the government. Yeah. You can't be both. You can't do both. It's true. A healthy suspicion of the government is always a good thing. I mean, they are, people that have the power to really fuck up your life if they want to. And often they want to. Let's see. Scott Adams says this is a positive trend. Is DEI, diversity, equity, and inclusion on the decline? New research shows a decline in inclusive workplace behaviors. 3 years ago, companies all over the world issued bold commitments to diversity, equity, and inclusion, but the 2023 Kelly Global Regarding Work report shows that for many organizations, this commitment to DEI has plateaued. A sign of DEI fatigue. So, a sign of fatigue from people being pitted against each other at work all the time. I'm guessing a lot of people just got sick of, they got fatigue from being demonized by their own companies constantly. Because, like every word that's been redefined by the modern left, inclusive seems to mean the opposite of what inclusive actually means. Like telling people that they're not allowed to have an opinion because of their skin color, using words like whiteness. They tell us that's inclusive, right? But it just doesn't really feel like it. So good. Like everything critical theory, it's dysfunction. It just creates dysfunction. I mean, studies have shown that like inclusivity treatment and sensitivity and, what do you call it? Microaggression training and all of that actually makes people dislike each other more. It actually makes people racist. It makes people resentful. And of course it would. Why wouldn't it? Making people paranoid about saying the wrong word, for the entire time that they're at work. Yeah, that's going to cause dysfunction, woke dysfunction. And it does. Now, if we make guns illegal, no one will ever get shot. That's how we stopped everyone from doing drugs. This meme guy here, he never gets old, does he? Let's see. Oh, they're going to gender swap the Silver Surfer in Marvel. Marvel just put out their worst performing movie ever. There has to be a line that they hit where they go, okay, we're just going to be normal again. Put another gay diverse woman in it. Put a woman in it, make her lame and gay. I have to think, I have to wonder if, these are plans, old plans that maybe they're going to shelve. I don't know. Maybe they're just crazy enough to actually try and do it. Can we stop pretending American audiences hate strong female leads? Well, let's see. Terminator had a strong female lead and did well. Yeah, Sarah Connor. Everybody loves Sarah Connor. Alien, strong female lead and did well. Of course. Everybody loves Ripley. Mulan had a strong female lead and did well. Didn't see it. Wonder Woman had a strong female lead and did well. Now, I watched that movie and I enjoyed it. I don't remember anything in it. I didn't really pay attention to the story or anything. This is the first time I'd ever seen Gal Gadot, and I was kind of just completely entranced and enchanted by her. I just thought, my God, how is she even real, right? I just thought this woman is so beautiful, and she looks like she's manufactured. Like, how can she even be real? And she was nice in it. Like, she wasn't a bitch in the movie. She actually was like feminine and nice. And guess what? That appeals to men, including in, cape movies, right? Have charismatic, appealing people in roles that aren't awful. And people will go and see them. That's how you make the strong female lead movies, right? The guy at Whole Foods telling me how great a vegan diet is. That's a classic. That one will live forever. Already been through this one. There's Miss Nepal. She does not look Nepalese to me. Although I guess that's not the strangest thing about her running for Miss Universe. She does have giant cans, which is great, and I support that. Here's an interesting one. Declaration of memes. World War I. World War II. World War III. Yeah. Yeah, we're definitely in that kind of next generational warfare where maybe you can bring a country down without firing a shot. You just simply poison the minds of the people there. I think obviously the woke mind virus is a weapon of war now. I mean, look at TikTok. That's Chinese owned. They're obviously using the woke mind virus as a weapon of war against the West, to weaken the West, right? Make the people hate themselves and their own history and tradition and their own nations. You don't have to fire a shot. You just have to fund some universities. I guess the question is can it really work to completion? That's the question. and we will have to find out. Or will people wake up? I mean, because the problem is that the modern leftism, it creates so much dysfunction that it makes life terrible for people, right? And again, as I always say, you know, when woke meets reality, reality always has a better argument. But these things are still to be seen. So what's this? At the University of British Columbia Student Union building. So what does that say? That says trans liberation can't happen without Palestinian liberation. What the fuck does that even mean? Do they know what that means? Like, who knows what that means? Is there a professor somewhere who can explain what that means? Probably the professor who told them to put that up. I don't think it means anything. I don't think it's even the point. I think it's just, this is the way the leftist wind is going. It doesn't really matter. They just know this is what you're supposed to be for. And it doesn't matter what it means, right? It just, this is left. This is what left people are going. This feels like the right direction to go, right? It's totally incoherent. It doesn't make a lick of sense, obviously. But this is what's acceptable. Right? This is what it's acceptable to think. And if you don't think it, if you dissent from this, you are going to suffer. You're going to be denounced, right? And you won't just be denounced as, you know, being wrong. You'll be denounced as the settler colonialist and as a fascist and a racist and transphobe and, you know, colonizer and genocide and all of that. Because, of course, that's how they keep them in line, right? That's how they keep everybody pretending to believe insane, incoherent nonsense. So let's break it down. What is trans liberation? That doesn't make any sense. Is trans liberation like transing 5-year-olds? Because there's resistance to that? I mean, in terms of adults doing trans, there is no resistance to that. You can do that, right? I guess not everybody wants to use the pronouns that they're demanding people use. So I guess maybe that's liberation there, right? That's considered to be liberation, even though that's completely insane. And there's big pushback on trying to trans kids in schools, right? Keeping secrets from parents. So I guess to them, that's liberation too. It's crazy. And they're saying that can't happen without Palestinian liberation. So they can't trans 5-year-olds unless the Palestinians drive all of the Jews out of the Middle East entirely. I'm not getting it. I'm not getting it. I'm not seeing it. I'm not seeing how these things are connected or how they help each other. I mean, I know in Gaza, they will liberate trans people off the top of a building. That's how they liberate them there. Or they'll liberate their heads from their bodies. It really does feel like looking into another dimension, like an alternate universe or something, right? Where everybody's fucking crazy. This is at a university. So these are university students hanging this up. This utter gibberish. At a university. How could it be any more shocking how far the universities have fallen, how much they've become propaganda mills, how much they have become indoctrination centers for, I think, cynical, awful, far left communists. Like, this is a symbol of the destruction of Western civilization, right? Of liberal democracy, of the ideals of personal freedom, right? Like your freedom to just believe what you believe, Like, this is the stuff that the people training young people in universities, they're training them to take this out into the world and force people to agree with it, to agree with insane nonsense like this. They want to make disagreeing with this illegal, right? Because, I mean, I know I'm not for censorship laws, right? I don't think you guys are for either. These are the people that are for censorship laws. These are the people that are for criminalizing speech, for criminalizing, your conscience, basically. They want to prosecute you for crimes of conscience. What did Galileo say when he was being persecuted by the church and they dragged him up because he said that the earth actually orbited around the sun, and then he had to recant that. And as he walked out, as the legend goes, he said, and yet it still turns, right? Or spins. I can't remember. I'm not a professor at UBC. But they want to make reality illegal, right? That's what's so and the people coming out of these institutions are going to be leaders, right? They're going to be in important positions. They're going to be judges. They're going to be politicians. They're going to run the institutions. They're going to be making laws. And it's terrifying. Babylon B. Palestinian Authority warns that Gaza hospitals running dangerously low on ammunition. Oh. Let's see. Hard to swallow pills. Just because you're unattractive and have no friends doesn't mean you're another gender. This is kind of a sad one. I feel like as a society, leftist ideology makes people unattractive, right? And then that makes them vulnerable to crazy nonsense. It's tragic. What else we got here? Javier Milei, the new elected president of Argentina, is an absolute legend. He said, if printing money would end poverty, printing diplomas would end stupidity. Well, we know that's not happening. Oh, this is interesting. From James Lindsay again. Leftists can't tolerate dissent. Even in San Francisco, things are changing. The San Francisco Chronicle is sunsetting the comment section, of course. So disappointing and so not surprising. We believe a well-moderated comment section can be a good place for the exchange of free and open ideas. Yeah, unless it includes the truth, right? And not so good. If it's full of delusion, fine. That's great. Well, I'm going to see if there's anything else here that I really want to look at. Oh, this is funny. Montana looks like Joe Biden is sniffing Idaho. Does look exactly like that. When you get a friend request, but they have their pronouns listed in their profile. Yes. Because nobody wants to bother with narcissists, right? Because also, too, you will know, if somebody's got their pronouns in their bio, you will know what they think, their opinion on anything, right? You can predict what their opinion will be on anything, and it will always be wrong. Leftists explaining critical race theory. Yeah, because it's totally incoherent. What is this? Okay, so this is connected to that tweet. So this is the crazy shit that the leftists actually believe. So colonialism, right? So when they say colonialism, by the way, they really just mean capitalism, but they're kind of changing it up a little bit. Pardon me. So let's see. Colonialism, on one hand, it's supremacism. The other, it's capitalism, right? Let's see. Supremacism leads to white supremacy. And you've also got male supremacy, also known as the patriarchy. And then you've also got human supremacy. Well, wouldn't we all be human supremacists? That sounds like all right. I mean, that's not, singling anybody out. If we're just all the best, right? Well, that seems all right, doesn't it? Just all humans? But apparently that leads to ecocide. And also, well, unfortunately, exploitation of resources. And we all know about those evil resources, right? I mean, sure, they keep us all alive, right? Sure, I mean, it keeps us from having to, sleep in caves, starving to death. And, it helps when, like, you get sick or, you need to have a surgery, you need any kind of medical care. And electricity is pretty good, too. I'm not going to complain about electricity, but still, it is ecocide. So it's fucking crazy. Let's see, the male supremacy, which apparently they believe actually exists in the West, even though everything that you look at in this culture just proves the opposite. But okay. Apparently that leads to femicide, domestic violence, and child abuse. Okay. Let's see. Also, male supremacy leads to invisible labor. Is that like being like a housewife or something? I guess probably like raising your kids. White supremacy leads to genocide. There's other kinds of supremacy that lead to genocide too. Like, Rwanda wasn't that long ago, right? And I don't think that was white people, was it? And that whole Uyghur thing in China, not really, there's no white people telling them to do that. But for some reason, the left doesn't seem interested in that. Maybe because the issue was never the issue. The issue was always that revolution. Let's see. Apparently, resource grab. Like, we kind of have to grab resources, right? For what I just said, like we want to eat and not live in caves and stuff, right? Like, you kind of need to grab the resources a little bit. Let's see. White supremacy leads to slavery. So you probably not surprised to recognize that the left either doesn't or pretends to not understand the history of slavery. Let's see, cheap labor and all this stuff, the genocide and resource grabs and invisible labor, that's all leading to capitalism, apparently, because capitalism's evil, even though it works obviously demonstrably better than any other system that's happened. I mean, people in communist countries are always trying to escape from them. You'd think that would be evidence. They also have a tendency to collapse economically. They're awful. People starve to death. Let's see. Now, there's a bunch of other things here. Let's see, like the slavery is now leading to trauma and the genocide. And, well, I would think that slavery and genocide would be traumatic, How about this one? Trauma, then inflammation. What do they mean by that exactly? An ecocide leads to inflammation? Well, what kind of inflammation exactly? I need more of an explanation on that. Yeah, so this is crazy. So this is exactly, oh, did we lose him again? Uh-oh. Hold on. I think we're almost there. There we go. So this explains that exactly. Leftists explaining critical race theory. That's it. It's amazing that anybody believes it. It really genuinely is, but okay. Let's see what else we got here. San Francisco mayor reminds everyone to get their Christmas shoplifting done early. So the Babylon Bee just stepped into that space that was vacated by the Onion perfectly, flawlessly. They just took over that space. The Onion, it was impossible for them to still be funny because they're leftist, right? And you can't make fun of the funniest things, the most absurd things, of course. The things that are most ripe for satire are all on their side. And they can't do that because if they do, they will immediately be denounced and attacked by their own people. And I think they're scared of that. So satire can only really be done from the right now. And even then it's hard because the Babylon Bee headlines keep coming true because nothing is too absurd anymore. Let's see. We went through that. From Luke Rudkowski. You might have seen on Timcast IRL many times. Make your own coffee. The Modern Society. Coffee made at home. $7 coffee made by a bisexual. That's the truth. The Starbucks by my house is, I mean, I don't know if they it's like you must have a nose ring. You must be 30 pounds overweight. You know? I don't know. It's like a law there or something. Maybe it's part of their diversity equity thing. I don't know. Let's see. Let's listen to Vivek. I like Vivek. I know not everybody likes him, but I like him. You know, he's got no chance of obviously becoming the conservative or the Republican nominee. It's going to be Trump, obviously, right? Unless something completely unforeseen happens. It just has that feeling of inevitability now, to me. Like nothing can stop it, right? But let's hear from Vivek here, because I like him. I don't know how you guys feel about him. Tell me in the chat, but I like him.
This idea that Elon Musk is an anti-Semite, which is making its rounds in the print media right now, is pretty insane, actually. But it's also not shocking, given the culture that we live in. Nothing annoys the hell out of me more than when we try to stifle any discussion or open debate or dissent with the use of some type of untouchable label. We saw this a few years ago after George Floyd died and you had the BLM protests across the country and corporate America gets in on the act. If you defect from the Ibram Kendi-led anti-racist dogma, that would automatically mean that you're racist. At a time, certainly a couple years ago, where there was no greater damnation in America than to be called a racist. So what's the goal? Stifle dissent. Rational people don't want to be tarred with the scarlet R, and so they just shut up, sit down, do as they're told, and keep their thoughts to themselves. Well, that hysteria, I would say, has passed. In some ways, that hysteria actually is what gave rise to the anti-Semitism today. It has its roots in the wokeism of 3 years ago that spread like wildfire when you had supposedly pro-Jewish organizations like the Anti-Defamation League, the ADL, propping up BLM. Now, you fast forward a few years later, what do you have? Elon Musk engages in open dialogue, who would have ever thought, in a free speech platform called Twitter, responding to somebody else raising the idea that You know what? These toxic ideas from several years ago and people who have entered our country have brought some of these anti-Semitic ideas and I would say racist and other ideas to the United States play some role in the anti-Semitism that we're seeing today. But for pointing that out, Elon Musk gets called anti-Semitic. Interesting how that works. It's another way of, now, I would argue that there's no greater damnation in modern America today than to be called anti-Semitic, just like it was to be called racist after George Floyd's death.
Yeah, he's a smart guy, isn't he? He's a very smart guy. And let's see, radio streamer. I'm back, baby. I'm back, baby. Sorry I missed so much. It's 6 a.m. here. Hey, no worries, man. This is a late night stream, you know? It's 3 o'clock in the morning here. I'm still going. I've been going for 3 hours and a half. And I'm glad I've gone this long because we finally got you. But yeah, I am very tired though. I will tell you that. And my mind keeps drifting. But yeah, I like Vivek. He's smart. I think he could do things in the future. Now, I'm sorry to tell you this, radio streamer, but I don't think I'm going to last much longer. But I'll try to find a bit more stuff. But this could be coming to an end anytime now. Yeah, we went through the Media Matters lawsuit. I hope he just crushes Media Matters, Elon Musk. I hope he destroys them. And I think that we're back. We're back at last week's ones now. Okay. You know what? Maybe what we'll do is, this is stuff that I haven't been kind of squirreling away all week for the live stream. So whatever's on here is, don't burn yourself out for me. I'll go back and watch it. Radio Streamer says, you know, I can do a little bit more. What the hell? This is my longest stream by far so far at 3.5 hours. But I still feel like I can do a little bit more. OnlyFans stars say they shouldn't have to pay tax because their work feels like a public service. I don't know. How do you guys feel about that? Is OnlyFans a public service? Now, personally, I mean, I'm a capitalist and I don't want to tell a woman that she can't film herself, stream herself, whatever, to make money. I think that is her choice. This is a different issue from like abortion or anything else. This seems to me to be a fundamental right for. I'm not saying it's good for people. I'm not saying it's good for them or it's good for society. But I think that in a free society, there are things that are going to hurt people, and you have to allow them. People are going to have to be allowed to do things which are going to be damaging to themselves. And that said, it's not going to be damaging for everybody because there's so many people. There really are all kinds, right? I mean, when you've got hundreds of millions, like in the United States, where you've got, you know, hundreds of millions of people, right? It's got to be all kinds. Or in Canada, with 1/10 of that population, it's still a hell of a lot of people. Let's see. No, she is free too, but don't complain about having trouble getting married. True. That's a whole problem they complain about all the time. Yeah, I've seen that a lot, actually. And yeah, I mean, you buy the ticket, you take the ride, you know? Let's see. Dearmut says, great show, RB. Well done. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much. And thanks for showing up, by the way. Yeah, so trouble getting married, complaining about trouble getting married. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. I mean, there's trade-offs, right? There's trade-offs. Thomas Sowell says there's no solutions, only trade-offs, right? So, yeah. Why is Germany having a budget crisis, even though it let in 3 million migrants? Because this is the thing, right? That's good. That solves your economic problems. That's what we're told. You just let in millions of people from the third world, and that's obviously going to solve all of your economic problems. You know, there's no way that could like stress your infrastructure, your healthcare, all of that. And yet it's like, we keep hearing that. Like, I know in Canada, we keep hearing about this. We need it. We have to, this is good. It's our strength. You know, the economy needs it. And yet everything keeps getting worse. Like the whole thing where it's supposed to solve all the problems never happens. Just the problems keep getting worse and worse and worse. Apparently forever. Like, how long are we supposed to believe that? Why is Germany having a budget crisis, even though it let in 3 million migrants? I guess the only solution would be to let in 3 million more, or 30 million, 300 million. I mean, can you imagine how wealthy Germany would be if it just let in 300 million people? Like the shit we're expected to believe, and just keep believing it over and over and over again, even though the promises never come true. Even though clearly, objectively, the effects are the exact opposite of what we're told they're supposed to be. That rant felt good. Felt good ranting about that. I believe in socialism. I love that you're so open about your mental illness. Let's see, radio streamer. Maybe they think the budget will be balanced after they all vote for communism. After being given citizenship, we can all be poor together. Yeah, I mean, seems to me communism is the goal. I actually think what I really think it is that they've taken a look at, you know, the elites have taken a look at China and decided that that's the model, right? So, you know, it'll be, you know, capitalism with Chinese characteristics, I think is maybe what it is. I'm not sure, but I think they like that, that model, I think. And one thing is certain, if we do get communism, we will all be poor. Any advice for a parent who is not having a good day? So I don't know. I'm almost scared to play this, but I guess we'll have to take a look.
So I thought getting my 6-year-old an Xbox Series S, the discless one or whatever it's called, was a great idea. You know, thinking that he's not going to ruin the Xbox at least because it's, you know, discless. You can't ruin it. Tell me how he threw the controller at our TV today. It's not even 10 o'clock in the morning yet, and we already don't have a TV this morning. So I thought getting my 6-year-old an Xbox.
What's a 6-year-old? 6-year-old really shouldn't be throwing the controller at the TV. I just feel bad for this woman now, actually. Radio streamer, I miss Trump's China. I miss it too. I want to hear that again. Maybe with this new, like, super pneumonia or whatever that they're telling us is coming out of China, maybe we'll get to hear it again. China. It was fun, and it made the left go insane, which was really amusing. This is so typical of Canadian mainstream media here. This guy does political comics for the Toronto Star. This is like, they actually, if you look in the comments for this too, they go crazy for this. I mean, it's brilliant, apparently. Let's see. There's Putin. He says, you, sir, are a stand-up guy, a real prince. This could be the beginning of a beautiful friendship. There is the leader of the Conservatives, Pierre Poilievre, holding a newspaper that says, cons oppose Ukraine trade deal, and he says, he likes me. I'm telling you, you look in the comments, they're like, nailed it, hilarious, brilliant. I mean, they're not even trying. Like, have you ever heard the term clapter before? Like, you've seen, like if you watch, like, Colbert or something like that, like, they don't laugh, right? They just clap. The audience just claps because they approve of what he said. It's not funny, but politically, it's correct, right? And that's what this is. This isn't a joke. This isn't funny. This is just, I'm against the conservative leader. Now applaud me. That's all this is. Now, the Ukraine trade deal, they're saying they opposed it because there was like carbon tax language in it. Personally, I don't give a shit about the Ukraine trade deal. Canada has way bigger fish to fry, way bigger problems, all caused by Justin Trudeau. Radio streamer, don't be the first one to stop clapping. Yeah. Yep, exactly. Not when Stalin's talking. Yeah, this is, I find this depressing to see shit like this, you know? Because it's not even fulfilling its purpose, really, unless the purpose is just purely propaganda, to propagandize, right? Visual representation of my tweet. I don't know what tweet it is. Hold on. Let's take a look. Oh, yeah, we already went over this one, talking about how it's far right to say you're against stabbing children and giving kids porn in school and chopping off kids' body parts and all the rest of that crap. Elon Musk replied, he said, yeah, it's absurd. And yeah, this, you guys have probably seen this chart before. It shows, like, here's 2008, right? Here's the center, and here's me. This is somebody who leans left, right? There's the left, there's fellow liberal, and there's conservative over on the right. So 2012, the guy on the right is still standing in the same place. The me character, the kind of leaning left person, is still in the same place. And the fellow liberal is running to the left as fast as they can. The center is moved over a little bit to the left. 2021, conservatives in the same place. The other person, the person leaning left, is in the same place. The woke progressive is on the far, far left and calling everybody else a bigot. And you can see the center is moved all the way over here, leaving the person who was just kind of a leaning left centrist is now right wing. I think we all recognize that this is what's happened, right? In fact, I don't think it's even totally accurate, though, because I think that the conservative has actually moved over to the left as well. Don't think they're in exactly the same place. But this does describe what's happened over, you know, the last couple of decades very well, and very rapidly in the last, like, 7 years. Oh, Raider Streamer says, Babylon Bee is better, but to be clear, I meant better than the political comic, not you. No, I got that. Babylon Bee is better. Way better. This one here is kind of Michael Tracy. I figured out how to solve the problem. Palestine just needs to remain itself Palestine. That's a pretty good one. What else we got? Automated jar opener. How do you feel about this? So that will open the jar for you. Remember I showed you earlier, if you guys, anybody watching now missed it, earlier I showed you the clip of the 4 kind of portly police, female police officers trying to unsuccessfully arrest one man who hilariously just got away. They could use this, apparently. They should give these to all of the female police officers who are terrible at actually being police. Because the male criminals, most criminals, especially violent criminals, are men, and they're not feminists, right? So that's a problem. They're not going to go along with the delusion. What a deal. This Black Friday, it's from Amazon. This Black Friday deal is for you. How to be an anti-racist. Fuck off. All this shit does is makes people actually racist because it's all actually racist. Radio streamer says it's good for older ladies like my great grandmother when she was alive. Okay, well, that's fair enough. So, older ladies and also female police. Agreed. But yeah, people are getting soft. Yeah, I think that they are. Not everybody, though. We shouldn't be too black-pilled and doom and gloom. I think that there's plenty of reason to be optimistic. I think we see it a lot now. I think we're seeing it all over the place. I think the Western world is finding that line at which they're willing to say it's just too much now. Voting fail gone wrong. Damn, can you hear him get blended? Oh, do you know what? I'm not going to watch that. I'm soft. I'm too soft to watch this. That's too horrible. Oh. Oh. How's it going, radio streamer? How's it going with your channel, by the way? You said you're going to put together a channel. I'd like to check it out when it's up and running. And I will tell people to go to it as well, by the way. Not that there's, a ton of people that are watching my stuff, but, you never know. Every bit helps. Let's see. Canada's spy agency is warning of a Chinese plot to recruit Canadian government officials and academics. Oh, you mean like the entire Trudeau administration? The entire Trudeau regime? Oh, thanks. Thanks for letting us know, CBC News. I mean, this is... Yeah. Yeah, China's trying to influence. Yeah, we kind of knew that already. At least hey, it's a CBC. So, hey, publishing this, that's better. I mean, hey, that's at least something. That's uncharacteristic. Now, the article probably goes on to describe how that's a really good thing. So you're not going to get started for a few months maybe a month. Okay, cool, man. Well, let me know. Let me know, because I definitely want to check it out. Let's see. Let's see. So this is all stuff that's just uncurated by me, curated by me. So we just have to go through this a little bit, sift through to find stuff that we want to talk about. Not really interested in most of this stuff. There's somebody saying they've got a genuine question for white women. Okay, well, let's take a look at this. This is probably really interesting.
I have a genuine question for white women. I know they don't follow me, but hopefully it will reach their side of TikTok. When you guys meet somebody new and you do this thing, is it something that you guys are taught at home? Are you raised to see that facial expression as being polite? Because from where I stand, it's just you leading with fakeness, and it is a generational thing. So that's why I'm trying to understand where that comes from, because honestly, you do not have to do something that you don't want. You don't have to smile at me if you don't want to. You don't have to greet me if you don't want to. You don't even have to look my way if you don't want to. But you doing that thing, it formulates my perception of you, and that is that you are fake, because you're constantly leading with fakeness. So I want to understand where it comes from. Is it something that you guys are raised with? Is it seen as polite? What is it? I have a genuine question.
I don't get it. Like, isn't that like, so I've always thought it was just polite not to just like put on like a nice face for people, like to not put your own shit on them, right? Seems like something that seems considerate to me, right? Also, just kind of, I don't think do people like seeing like a miserable face? Right? Like, I don't know. Like, there's always, something like a bit too much information, like it seems to be just kind of considerate, but I guess everything's a problem now. Radio streamer, I'm trying to think of how to keep it from being too boring. Maybe get a victim radio and have people tell me modifications they want done live. That'd be interesting, actually. So, I think the thing is you just have to start, right? You just have to get started, and then you just practice, because there's all kinds of things, all kinds of refinements you'll make, all kinds of ideas you'll come up with that you just won't ever come up with unless you just start. I mean, really, at the end of the day, it's just about just getting started and not worrying about it being perfect. Nothing is on like YouTube or Rumble anyway, right? You just kind of have to get started and you'll figure it out. And people will tell you in the comments as well, There's nothing, if the first one is necessary, otherwise, the second one will never happen. So I highly encourage you because it's fun. The architect says, damn, I wonder what the people who took the jab just for the free donut are thinking right about now. They're not thinking. They never were. That's why they got a free donut for getting the jab. They are blissfully ignorant. Unless, something happened. You know what I'm saying? Trudeau says he has a big announcement coming about a digital partnership targeting AI misinformation and disinformation. In other words, anything he doesn't like. Oh my God. How long till we can get rid of this guy again? This deranged lunatic? He's not even hiding his derangement anymore. It's just open. It's so hard to listen to him. Like, it makes me feel physically ill. Many Canadians feel this way, but I'm going to force myself to do it for your benefit.
We're also talking about a digital partnership that is going to make a huge difference, building on that as we work together to understand the impacts of AI, the impacts of disinformation and misinformation on the social media that people get to overwhelmed by in so many ways that tend to exacerbate our challenges. That's the big second announcement we're making. We're also talking about
any Canadian who believes a word this guy says has not been paying attention for the last years. Anything he does is for him. It's not for Canadians. It's for him. Misinformation and disinformation, right? That's things that are inconvenient to him, that are damaging to him. We know this for a fact now. Like, we have a track record with this guy. Radio streamer, that is a man who has never been punched in the face in his whole life. That is true. So he's very privileged, right? The son of Pierre Elliott Trudeau. He's a silver spoon kid, best of everything. Traveled the world. He doesn't see himself, I don't believe, as a Canadian. He sees himself as a citizen of the world. He's a true internationalist, right? He doesn't see himself as Canadian. He goes for vacations with the Sultan of Brunei, right? He sees himself as a man of the world, an internationalist. And yeah, he's never been punched in the face. Nobody would dare. He's the scion of Pierre Elliott Trudeau. Although, actually, you know what? He did have a boxing match once. and he did get punched in the face. I believe it was actually with a journalist. So I do think he's actually been punched in the face, but not, properly punched in the face, in my opinion. That was managed. World in Science, what are your thoughts on creating synthetic meats in labs? A potential game changer or not? I just can't help but think that every time we try and do shit like this, it ends up just being poison, right? Let's see. Never learned when to cross the line. Never learned when not to cross a line. Radio streamer says about Trudeau. Yeah, I think so. I think he's been surrounded by yes people. Yes people who wanted to bask in his celebrity and wealth and just the power of being one of these Laurentian elites in Canada. Let's see. What do we got here? York University professor among those charged with defacing Indigo store. Not another tax dollar should go to universities. I think that's one solution that we have. That should be demanded. Universities don't get a penny of tax. They have to make it work on their own from now on, And we'll see how long these lunatic professors last and their crazy, their critical race theory courses. And all the rest of it and the gender shit, Not another dollar. I think that's essential. I think that is civilization saving, right? Why are we funding it? It's another professor. He's out charged with defacing an Indigo store. Why do these people deserve subsidies? Basically, to be subsidized by the public. They hate the public. They hate the societies that they're in. They want to destroy them. Fuck them. That's what I say. Oh, shit. What city you think you got to pump gas like this? Oh, shit. Oh, God, that's horrible. I'm not going to read that. That's awful. That's just depressing. Actually, after seeing that, even though I'm not going to read that, we need to go to the puppies for a minute for a palate cleanser. Oh, there we go. Again, is it a panda? Is it a puppy? Who could know? Does it even matter? It's delightful either way. Look at that. Even an Algerian immigrant in Ireland wouldn't be able to stab those puppies. That might have been too far. Shit. Okay, here, we need another palate cleanser. That is an adorable puppy right there. An adorable puppy. There is nobody that would have the heart to give that puppy a vaginoplasty. That's what I think. All right. We're not going to do that. Holy shit. We've been going for 4 hours. Good Lord. You know what? I think that we're going to have to call it a night. I think I might be done. Let's look if there's anything. Let's look for one more thing and then we'll call it a night. Kathy Griffin says she meows like a cat, moos like a cow to deal with her Trump-induced PTSD. She was doing that before. Just an excuse. What do we got here? Okay, we'll end it off on this one. He-Man. Remember, kids, if she has an apple, she has a banana. That's valuable information these days. Crucial information. All right. 4 hours. That's all I can do. I'm done. But I've given as much as I can give tonight. Before I go, I want to try and chide you guys into one more time into subscribing to the channel, especially on Rumble. Because Rumble is the place, it's going to be the safe place in the future. Everybody that you like on you, if you're watching on YouTube, everybody that you like on YouTube is either on Rumble or they're going to be. I think there's going to be a wave of channels getting like demonetized or just nuked on YouTube because there's an election coming up. There's going to be massive narrative control, you know. So yeah, I've got half the subscribers on Rumble that I have on YouTube. And if you're watching on YouTube, I appreciate anybody watching anywhere, right? But again, I think the future is over on Rumble. So it can't hurt to just sign up over there. On YouTube, I've got 11,400 odd subscribers. On Rumble, I've got 5,600. I've got under half subscribers on Rumble, but I get more views there. Because my channel isn't being suppressed on Rumble, right? And I don't worry about my channel getting destroyed, right? So I want to try and get lots of people to subscribe on Rumble. That's what I'm getting at here. You know, I want to have more Rumble subscribers than I have YouTube subscribers. That's what I want. So, you know, the goal is my YouTube probably isn't going to go up in the next year from 11,400. But let's maybe over the next year, try and get Rumble up to 12,000. I would appreciate that very much. And so we got some comments here. Grootma says that's funny and thanks. Well, thank you very much. Radio Streamer saying, I keep wanting more people to jump in here. I kind of do too. I just don't think I can actually do anymore. It's been 4 hours. I'll be sleeping until noon at this point. And obviously my mind is failing. I'm sure you guys can tell by now. All right. I can understand that. Sheer fluke I'm in. I haven't been in a real chat for years. Yeah, you know, the chat on the Rumble site didn't actually start until, I think about an hour ago. There wasn't anybody in the chat until about then. In fact, that seems to be the model here. Like, I've only been doing these live streams for, I think, like 8 or 9 weeks now, just on Friday nights. And it seems like on the Rumble side, the chat doesn't get started until I'm at least like an hour and a half into it. And I like the chat. The chat is what makes it more fun for me. That keeps me going. You know, I would have quit like an hour ago if the chat hadn't started up. It just makes it a lot more enjoyable. It's nice to know that I'm not just talking to myself, right? That like the stream is actually working, for instance, right? Oh. Radio Streamer says, come join the not commie side of video streaming. Better than CommieTube. I 100% agree with that. 100%. One more meme. Could one more meme hurt? They can't hurt. In fact, they're very nutritious, I hear. Oh, what's this? And this, my friends, is why I am against men being allowed in women's sports. Oh dear. Oh dear. Oh my. Okay. What's going on here? I don't know. Let's keep going. Don't want to see anything Hamas because it's too depressing right now at almost 4 o'clock in the morning. Let's see, what do we got? There's got to be one more healthy, nutritious, wholesome meme. Let's see. Ed Krasenstein. Fact, males can get pregnant. Yes, except that we're not horse fish or whatever that is. Let's see. There's got to be one more healthy, nutritious meme on here. That looks complicated. We can't do that right now. This one's good. Yes, I understand you were a queer poet for the revolution. Please face the wall now. It's a hilarious thing, right? Like the commies, they don't know anything about communism. They haven't read any like 20th century history. They know nothing, right? They honestly believe that they're going to be like queer poets for the revolution, right? Like that labor that everybody else is doing is going to go towards keeping them as a poet for the revolution. They actually believe that. You know, I mean, they obviously don't know where like food comes from, right? Like they haven't thought about farming at all. Nobody's going to be the poet for okay, maybe there'll be one poet for the revolution, right? And they'll be heavily censored, by the way. But everybody else is going to be working in the concrete factory or on the collective farm. They're going to be working a lot. And it's just weird. It's because they don't know anything, right? Nobody's been taught anything. People don't know of the horrors of like the Holodomor. You know, they don't know about what happened to the kulaks, right? They don't know about the Cultural Revolution, Great Leap Forward. They don't know about, you know, the Khmer Rouge. Get some coffee. Don't you dare tell me what to do, radio streamer. If I have coffee now, I'll be up till like Monday. Grootma said, I am running a bit slow. Just woke up and getting ready to head into the land of family and dogs. Well, that sounds actually really nice. That's a good thing to do. That's a healthier, nicer, more fulfilling thing to do than listening to me make bad jokes, I would say. Let's see. What's this? Grade 1 lesson in Milton, Ontario this week. Yeah, education's out of control in Canada. Would love to hear a recording. Let's see. What's on here? What are ouch words? Making mean, angry, or saying negative words about someone based on the following gender. And you've got, looks like you got a non-binary happening there. Who someone loves, disability. This is grade 1. Fucking leave them alone. Oh, you were talking to Grootma, not me. Okay. Well, again, it's late and I'm stupid. So, you know, you have to forgive me. Leave these grade 1 kids alone. This is the first step in the indoctrination. It's upsetting to me that they're trying to turn all the children into weird, you know, non-binary communists. Because eventually these people are going to be running things, right? and fucking shit up really badly for everybody, including themselves. It's a giant, said this before, but I just keep saying it ad nauseum. This is a giant social experiment being conducted on all the children of the West. A giant social experiment. With no, and it's completely heedless of the consequences. We don't know what the consequences are of confusing children about gender, telling them they could be born in the wrong body, right? We don't know what the psychological effects of this are going to be. I'm going to go out on a limb here and suggest they might be bad. Maybe confusing children about themselves and their gender, that could be bad. That could lead to negative psychological outcomes for all of the children of the West, the people who are supposed to take everything over eventually. This could be an idiotic, crazy, reckless, insane catastrophe. I didn't even need a coffee for that rant. I'm just saying it's fucking nuts, is what I'm saying. And I don't understand how so many people can't see it. This is a psychological experiment happening en masse. Like, you guys can see it, right? It's not just me. I'm not the only one who can see it. You guys can see it too, right? Rito Streamer says, the sad part, I think it's a lot darker than that. They need revolutionaries, and they intend to remove them after they establish a new state. Well, that's all true. That is absolutely true. Grootma says, brainwashing the children. Yeah. It's just the point being, this is not leading to a happy ending. Total madness. Let's see. Actually, let's watch this, actually. And we'll probably have to hit the puppies after, because it's about what happened in Dublin. Well, it's 5 minutes. We'll watch a little bit of it.
Bradgar's government is deliberately deflecting from what was a horrific crime scene behind me, where 3 innocent children under 6 years of age and their female teacher were viciously knifed yesterday in a disgusting, unprovoked attack. The teacher and the little 6-year-old girl remain critically ill as I speak to you this evening. My thoughts and prayers are with them and their families. We must recognise and commend also the bravery of the school teacher, whom fought the assailant to the best of her ability and shielded the children with her own body. She is now fighting for her life in hospital. I would also like to highly commend the bravery and courage of Warren Donoghue, whom was the first member of the public to intervene. When his wife and children were passing, she said, "Look, he is stabbing the children." Without concern for his own safety, Warren disarmed the assailant with heavy blows. Then, when Warren forced the assailant to drop the knife, an unidentified woman kicked the knife away. I would also like to recognise the bravery of the Brazilian man, Mr. Benicio, the Deliveroo driver, who joined in and laid down with blows onto the attacker's head with his helmet.
You know what the thing is that the leftists, the globalist politicians, they want people to believe that this is just part of living in the West now. These are all just acts of God, It's like a volcano going off or something, This is just part of living in a city now. Not even now, this is just part of living in a city, This is just what happens. That's the really evil, demented aspect of it. Yeah, I heard about this. Derek Chauvin, the guy who was convicted of killing George Floyd, has been stabbed in prison. My opinion is he shouldn't be in prison at all. I think George Floyd overdosed from fentanyl. He had COVID. He had blocked arteries. If you watch all the footage from that incident, by the way, it does put it in a different perspective. As well as the autopsy report as well. Bystanders try to help a man that's on fire. Oh, Jesus. You know, I don't want to watch that. The stream has been going on too long for me to watch that shit. Let's see. 20 most educated actors and the degrees they hold. Don't care. They're all assholes. Yeah. Abort our own children. Import hostile immigrants. Disarm ourselves. Yeah. Yeah, I know what you're saying there, radio streamer. Yep. I'm starting to feel like that way myself. Just one more meme, just one more sweet meme. Come on, Twitter. Give it up. One more before I go to sleep. I'm hooked. Stuff is like crack for me. What? Okay. I guess this is a degenerate celebrity again. They sure seem to be degenerate, don't they? Sure seem to be degenerate. If you can name 13 of these bands, you might be a music history genius. Or that might be bullshit. I don't really believe that. This is one of those things where they try and draw you in, and then it's like each answer is like one page, and yeah. I've been stupid enough to make that mistake before. When you're dead, you don't know you're dead. All of the pain is felt by others. The same thing happens when you're stupid. True. Fact check, true. This is a funny one. Makes millions singing about her bad choices in men. Endorses Joe Biden. But that meme was not quite as sweet as the final meme for the evening needs to be. I gotta find one more. What the hell? Oh, God, no. Museum reclassifies Roman emperor as trans woman because everything has to be. I think the funny thing about this, I saw this story, and the funny thing about it is that the Roman emperor they're classifying as a trans woman also happens to be like the worst emperor, like the most awful, horrible emperor, and like out of all of the Roman emperors, apparently. But they don't care. They're taking it. That's a win. Let's see. Instead of sending Pakistan $10 million for gender programs, why not send them 1 million liberals with gender studies degrees? Why not? I'm sure they'd love it over there. Lots of people to call phobe. All right, that's it. No, we're done. I've got to put the meme crack pipe down, go to sleep. Not that I've got anything else to do today, because it's today now. But no, I'm just too damn tired. You know, this has been 4 hours and 23 minutes. Last time was a new record. I think it was 3.5 hours, something like that. Then the previous one was like a record at like 1:45. So these just keep getting longer now. I don't understand why. Maybe I'm just getting used to it or something. I think really what it is that you guys come in on the chat late, and that forces me to stay on because I like it. All right, good night, you guys. Don't forget to subscribe. Make sure you do that, and tell people that you love this show, and tell them that they also must subscribe. And that's it. I'm out of here, you guys. Good night.